is Alex, and I'm a realtor. Or, I used to be. Now I'm just hiding. It all started with a house. Not
They told me the dead can't talk. But as I leaned over the cold body on the table, I swear I heard him whisper my name. The car lurched left around the mountain bend, and Amy instinctively gripped the handle above her head. Tyler snorted from the driver's seat. He had been trying to impress Lila, who was sitting in the back. Matthew leaned over from the back, the handle above her head. Lay off the clutch. Tyler snorted. You're going to burn it out if you keep riding it down the hill. Lila was sitting in the back. Into her chair. Matthew leaned over from the back, the handle above her head. Lay off. Tyler snorted. You're going to burn it out if you keep riding it down the hill. Lila. Amy laughed. Because nobody else wants to go to some shitty music festival, Tyler switched on the radio. The speakers blared static. Fuck. Amy grabbed the volume knob and spun it left, turning the noise down. Sorry. Tyler pressed some buttons on the dashboard. After switching through several stations of different types of static, they landed on something that resembled speaking. Oh, I think we have a winner. He pressed a few more buttons, and the speakers began playing what sounded like a religious radio station. And the Lord provides for those who lose their way, brings them home to the fold. Yes, brings them to the family that waits. Nope, Matt said, lurching across the middle of the car and switching the radio off. No religious nightmares for me, thanks. What are those things on the side of the road? Lila pointed out the window at some wooden sticks, painted red, sticking out of the ground. I keep seeing them randomly. Are they too I don't know, stop you from going off the road, or something? How would that stop you from going off the road? Matt laughed. Hey, don't laugh, bro. You don't know what it's for, either. Tyler grumbled. Probably to mark where roadkill was, Amy said, her face pressed against the window. She noticed 6 more painted sticks on her side of the road, all in a line. It is pretty fucking creepy though. She snorted. Do you even know where we're going? Matt asked, leaning his head back against the headrest and closing his eyes. Of course I do, bro. I looked at the map like 60 times before we left. It's like, keep following this road until a roundabout, then left, and then like, ... Yeah, from there. After another half hour of driving, Tyler groaned loudly. Ah shit, he slammed his hand against the steering wheel. We're almost out of fucking gas. Man, Amy lurched awake. She hadn't even realized she'd fallen asleep. Wait, what? I thought we filled up like an hour ago. That was more like 3 hours ago, Lila said, picking at her nails. Fucking hell. Tyler, haven't you been paying attention? Matt called from the back seat. I have, I just thought it was like, ... Tyler's voice trailed off. Look, Amy's eyes widened, and she pointed at a sign coming up. GAS, 2 miles was written in red spray paint on a wooden fence post leaning against a tree. Hey, maybe that religious stuff, like, helped us or something. Lila smirked. Up ahead, they saw a dingy old gas station that looked like it had been neglected for decades. The awning was drooping on one side, and the sides of the building were overgrown with tangled trees and tall grass. The windows were covered in grime, and aggressive weeds sprouted from the concrete between the gas pumps. Oh, fucking great, it's abandoned. Tyler slammed his hand against the wheel, causing the car to lurch slightly. Jesus, man, fucking stop doing that, Matt yelled. Amy looked up at the dark sky. The sun had started to set, and the last rays of light were abandoning them over the hills. Great, just fucking great. We're out of gas, and it's almost fucking nighttime. Lila leaned forward. Hey guys, when's the last time we've seen a car? I don't think I've seen one pass in hours. Matt groaned and rubbed his face with his hands. Look, we'll pull over and maybe there's still fuel in the pumps, Tyler said, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. They pulled into the station, and the car shuddered over the sharp change of terrain. Tyler stopped next to a pump and looked at the others before climbing out. Amy and Matt climbed out next, groaning and stretching almost in unison. Matt leaned down and poked his head into the car. Are you coming out? Lila looked around nervously before opening the door and shuffling out. No dice. Tyler pulled the trigger of the gas pump several times to no avail. That's just great. Amy kicked a rock, and it bounced off the old building. Should we see if there's a phone inside or something? Lila asked, creeping closer to Tyler. Amy was already at the window. She wiped a thick layer of dust and dirt off with her jacket sleeve and pressed her forehead against the glass, struggling to see inside. Matt walked over and tried the door, but it was securely chained from the inside with a padlock. Tyler and Lila wandered over, and Tyler picked up a chunk of concrete he'd found. Whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Amy gasped. I'm gonna break the window so we can climb in. He shrugged. What if it's not abandoned? Lila said quietly. They all turned and stared at her. Yeah, I mean sorry. She looked at the ground. Tyler threw the chunk of concrete. It shattered the window, flew halfway inside, and smashed into a shelf, causing it to crash to the ground. The noise echoed around them, and a few nearby birds flew off. See, easy peasy, Tyler said, beaming as he climbed through the broken window. They poked their heads inside, watching Tyler walk into the darkness, using his phone as a flashlight. Do you see a phone? Lila called out. No answer. Tyler, Amy yelled into the building. Still nothing. Fucking hell, Matt said, climbing into the building. If he's been murdered, I swear to God. Amy looked at Lila. I'm going in too. Are you coming? Lila rubbed her arms nervously. No, like I think I'll wait here, in case someone comes past and they can, like you know, help us. Amy stared at her for a second, then shrugged and climbed in after Matt. Matt pulled out his phone and turned on his flashlight, scanning the room. Tyler, he called out shakily. Tyler, stop fucking around and come out. Amy called past him. They walked further in, stepping over fallen shelving. The roof had caved in, leaving a gaping hole in the ceiling. Amy walked into the back of Matt while staring up at the sky through the hole. Oh, sorry, she apologized, looking back down and stopping. Matt was staring at something she couldn't see. Tyler, is that you? Matt called out into the darkness, raising his flashlight. Tyler was standing in the doorway of what looked like some kind of storage room. He wasn't moving, just standing with his back to them. Dude, what the fuck? Amy whispered. Matt approached slowly, extending his arm and putting his hand on Tyler's shoulder. Hey Tyler. Tyler whipped around in a blur, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. I'm going to kill you. Holy fuck. Matt fell backward into Amy, crashing on top of her. Tyler burst out laughing, doubling over. You're such a fucking dickhead. Amy screamed. Matt jumped up and shoved Tyler, who was still laughing. Your fucking face. Tyler wheezed from laughing so hard. Fucking golden. Are you okay? Matt said, helping Amy to her feet. Yeah, I'm okay. She brushed dirt off herself. Just ... What the fuck? You know, there's actually some cool shit back here. Ah, guys. There's someone coming. Lila called from the window. They turned and ran to the window. A pair of headlights was slowly getting bigger. An old beat-up truck pulled into the service station behind Tyler's car. One by one, they jumped out of the window and watched as a large man, possibly in his late 40s, with a thick gray beard and wearing a filthy old trucker's hat, stepped out. Hiya, I noticed your car parked here and thought that maybe y'all need some help. His accent was thick and noticeably southern. He glanced behind them and gave a cartoonish wince. Y'all did a number on that there poor window. He walked toward them slowly. You know, I used to know the fella who ran this station. Nice guy, didn't sit right with me what they did to him. Amy looked at Matt, who looked at Tyler. Do you have gas? And my car is empty. The man stopped in front of them and sighed, long and drawn out. Sheesh, well, I didn't think to bring any with me, considering I didn't know I was gonna stumble onto y'all. He extended a grubby hand to Tyler. My name is Abraham. It's a pleasure to meet y'all. Tyler shook his hand. Abraham held it long and hard. Can you drive us back to the city? Matt piped up from behind Tyler. Gosh, well, the city is about a couple hours, ... He pointed in a direction, then spun around and put his hand on his head. I'm afraid I can't drive that far out. I gots to get home to the wife and kids. You know how it is. He looked at them for a second. But I guess I can't leave a couple of kids out here in the cold, after dark. No good can come from that. Oh no, the Lord will bless those who look after those in need. Amy gulped. Y'all can jump in the back. I got some game in there, so try not to disturb the tarp. Tyler looked at Lila, then at the other two. Matt shrugged, and Abraham put his arm around Tyler, ushering him to the passenger seat of the truck. They looked at each other nervously before shuffling behind him. Amy grabbed Matt's arm. Are we seriously going to this guy's house? She whispered. What choice do we have? He yanked his arm free. The three of them climbed into the back of the truck, stepping cautiously around the big lump in the middle, covered by the tarp. The truck rumbled to life, and Amy could see Abraham slap Tyler on the back and laugh through the rear window. After about 15 minutes of driving, the truck pulled off down a dirt road, through a winding path that seemed to get narrower and narrower, before stopping at an old metal gate. Abraham jumped out and yanked the gate open, dragging it until it was wide enough to fit the truck through. He jumped back in and drove through, then got back out and closed it. As he walked around the back of the truck, he slapped the side of it. We gonna be eating good tonight. The Lord has provided us with a meal. Then he got back in the truck. Lila shot Amy a look. She mouthed, what the fuck? Amy nodded. The truck drove up the path some more before pulling over next to an old wooden house. Its faded white paint peeled in strange places. A tin roof, mottled with rust, topped the structure. A narrow porch wrapped around the front, its floorboards warped with age. The entire house leaned slightly. A dim golden hue emanated from the windows. Abraham jumped out and walked around to the back of the truck. She's a beauty, ain't she? Belonged to my Mima and her grandpa before her. He took off his cap and ran a hand over his bald head. Tyler jumped out and stood on the other side of the truck. Amy and Lila looked at Matthew before Abraham opened the back of the truck and ushered them to get out. He led them up the steps to the house, the wooden floorboards feeling like they would snap at any moment. He opened the old wooden door, having to push it slightly as it got stuck halfway open. "Honey, I'm home," he called out into the darkness. They followed behind him cautiously. Amy winced. The entire house smelled like rotting meat. Matt caught her gaze and nodded, scrunching his face. "Where's your family?" Tyler asked cautiously. Abraham stopped and turned around. "My what?" "Wire." Abraham slapped him on the shoulder. "Ah, I'm only screwing with ya. They're upstairs." Amy released the breath that had caught in her throat. He led them into a small kitchen. The wooden floor was covered in dark red stains. The only light came from an old oil lantern hanging on a nail in the corner. He pointed to an old, worn couch in the corner of another room. "Go make yourselves at home. I'm gonna grab our supper out of the truck." He walked back out the front door, leaving them standing in the middle of the living room alone. "We need to get the fuck out of here," Matt hissed. "And go where?" Tyler argued back. "We're fucking stuck here." Footsteps creaked overhead, heavy and slow. "What the fuck?" Amy mouthed. "Guys, I'm like freaking out." Lila spoke up. "Maybe he's just a little quirky." Tyler shrugged, but Amy could see he was just as terrified. "Who's a little quirky?" Abraham dropped a huge elk onto the kitchen table. We're just, I'm fucking with ya." Abraham chortled. "I know my house looks a little strange. What with all the water damage?" He took out a massive, rusted cleaver. Amy instinctively put her hand out in front of Lila. "I know you folks are probably used to your fancy gadgets and nice floors and such." He buried the cleaver into the elk's neck, severing it in one clean motion. "But trust me, it'll be like one of those digital detoxes." He wiped his now bloodied hands on his jeans. "Big boy, come help me with this game here." He gestured for Tyler to come over. The ceiling groaned loudly. They all looked up. Abraham's eyes narrowed slightly. "Y'all hang here. I'll be right back." He left the kitchen and ascended the stairs. Matt rushed over to the kitchen wall and took a knife off it, hiding it in the back of his jeans. Thump! Something heavy hit the floor upstairs. Matt rushed back into place as Abraham came back down the stairs. "Sorry about that, y'all, just the old ball and chai." He paused, staring at the wall. "That's strange. One of my good knives seems to be missing." Amy shot Matt a worried look. Abraham walked over to the knife rack and traced his finger across the empty space where the knife had been. "Shit, I'm losing my mind. Shit, I'm losing my mind." Anyway, he tossed the cleaver to Tyler, who barely caught it without cutting himself. "I assume you know how to gut an elk." "Boy." Tyler stood there awkwardly, holding the cleaver. "You sickened, be that hard." He laughed nervously. "All right, here, let me show you." Abraham grabbed Tyler's arm with one hand and held the elk with the other. He raised Tyler's hand over the midsection of the elk. "You want to start right?" He licked his lips. "Here." Abraham guided Tyler's hand, almost forcefully, along the elk's skin, cutting into it. Lila turned away, scrunching her face. Amy gagged and winced. Matt stood watching, eyes wide, unable to move. "Are your family going to join us for dinner?" Matt interrupted. Abraham stopped and looked over at Matt. "Why, of course, child. They need to eat, don't they?" He smiled, revealing yellow, rotting teeth. He raised his chin to the ceiling and yelled, "Boys!" The sound of multiple footsteps could be heard descending the stairs quickly, and in the doorway, two young boys emerged. They were both short and skinny, with wild eyes and yellow teeth. Abraham walked over to one of the boys and stood behind him, putting one hand on the boy's shoulder. "This is Isaiah." Then he put his other hand on the other boy's shoulder. "And this is Elijah." "Unnice to meet you," Matt said, nervousness creeping through his voice. They all stood there for a second in complete silence, staring at each other. "Well, let my boys show y'all where you'll be sleeping tonight." The two boys spun around and ran back up the stairs. "Well, go on then." Abraham gestured for them to follow the boys. "I'll be down here preparing supper for y'all." The group looked at each other nervously before Tyler took the lead and cautiously walked up the stairs. The stairs creaked and groaned softly as they ascended. The rotting smell got worse the further up they went, until they were in a small hallway with walls covered in peeling yellow wallpaper decorated with little painted flowers. Elijah and Isaiah were standing in a doorway at the end of the hallway. Nervously, they all followed the boys, walking past them into the small bedroom. Matt felt something touch his shirt and spun around. Isaiah was holding the knife he'd taken from the wall. "You're not supposed to have this. It belongs to PA." Matt's heart dropped. Amy turned and saw Isaiah running his fingers along the blade. Then Elijah whispered something in Isaiah's ear, and they both giggled and ran down the hallway. "Dude, we're so fucked," Matt said finally. Amy turned and saw Tyler trying to open the window. It squeaked loudly, and they could hear heavy footsteps on the stairs. "Quick," Amy gasped, shoving the window back down and pulling Tyler away from it. Abraham appeared in the hallway. His entire midsection was soaked in animal blood. "Supper is ready," Folks, if y'all want to follow me down, the group looked at each other before nervously following him. A groaning noise came from the door at the other end of the hallway. What was that? Lila said quietly. Abraham stopped. Now y'all just ignore that. My wife has been under the weather lately. He turned and looked at the group. Never, and I mean never, go into that room. Do y'all understand me? Amy felt her blood run cold. Why yes sir. Abraham's lips peeled back into a toothy grin. Good. They followed him down to the kitchen, where the table was set with tin plates, each filled with freshly cooked meat. Amy noticed the knife on the wall was still missing. She shot a glare at Matt, who noticed the same thing. He shrugged nervously. They all sat down, and Tyler went to start eating before Abraham slammed his hand down on the table. Everyone except for the two young boys jumped. Tyler's face went white. Don't tell me y'all are gonna start eating without saying grace. Oh, sorry, sir. Tyler stammered. Isaiah, please lead us in grace. Isaiah put his head down, and the rest of them followed. Lord, we thank you for delivering these lost lambs to our door. We thank you for the meat on our table and the blood that was spilled to provide it. We pray that all who eat at this table become part of your great plan. Amen. They all raised their heads and nervously waited for Abraham to give the go-ahead. The meat was incredible. The group wolfed it down, not realizing how hungry they had been. Whatever way Abraham had cooked the meat, it was delicious. They all finished their meals quickly, and Elijah piped up. Thank you, Pa. May Isaiah and I go pray before bed. Abraham chuckled and waved his hand. The two boys leaped up and sprinted up the stairs. Thank you, sir, for your hospitality tonight, Amy said, trying on a smile. Abraham lowered his head, smiled, and spread out his palms. Y'all are my gracious guests. He stood and rubbed his stomach. Well, it's about time for me to hit the head. Y'all should probably head to bed. The group exchanged glances. Where is the bathroom? Lila asked. Abraham scratched his beard. It's outside. We don't have any of that fancy indoor plumbing. He licked his teeth and grinned. I could show you if you like. No, sir. I was just wondering. ... Double quotes. Abraham's smile wavered. Bedtime, it is. Then, he walked behind them, ushering them into the bedroom. Amy glanced back at the room across the hallway with the strange noises. Her stomach felt like it was in knots. Tyler and Lila were sharing a bed, while Amy and Matt lay on the hardwood floor. Abraham stood in the doorway for a few seconds before closing the door and walking back down the hallway. We need to go now, Tyler whispered. Matt and Amy quietly stood as Tyler tried prying the window open. What the fuck? Tyler whispered. What's wrong? Amy replied, trying to look over Tyler's shoulder. The fucking window is nailed shut. He gasped, trying to keep his voice down. Ah shit. Matt cursed. We need to go out the front door. What if we go one by one? Like we're all going to the toilet. ... Lila whispered very quietly. Amy looked around nervously. I'll go first. Then after 5 minutes, someone else come along as well. Until we're all out. Then what? Matt whispered. We don't have any way of getting out of here. We don't have a car. Don't worry about that, Tyler said, and a faint jingling noise could be heard. I took the keys off him when he was upstairs. Oh my God, you are incredible. Amy breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll go first. Then Lila, then Matt, and then you, Tyler. They all agreed, and Tyler handed the keys to Amy. Slowly, Amy pulled the door open and crept down the hallway. She could see a dim orange light coming from underneath the door down the hall. She crept along, making sure not to make any noise, walking down the old staircase before stopping at the front door. She remembered how it squeaked loudly when it opened, so she very slowly and carefully opened it just enough to squeeze out before closing it. Just enough for the next person to open it quietly. She tiptoed down the wooden steps and toward the truck before crouching next to it. The air was bitterly cold, and the wind made it even colder. After a few minutes, she saw a small figure emerge from the house in the darkness. Lila crept up next to her, shivering. Okay, so Matt will be next, and then Tyler, Amy whispered, her breath coming out in white puffs. She didn't know if it was the cold or maybe the anxiety, but Amy's stomach started to hurt. She put her hand on it and winced. Your stomach hurts too, Lila whispered, rubbing her own stomach. Yeah. Amy paused as her stomach tightened. A couple of minutes later, Matt crept out the door and down to where the girls were hiding. A couple of minutes later, Matt crept out the door and down to where the girls were hiding. Lila winced, doubling over. ARG, shit, my stomach hurts so bad now. Amy could feel it more now, like a stabbing pain beneath her stomach. Amy could feel it more now, like a stabbing pain beneath her stomach. Matt groaned, breathing into his hands to warm them up. 5 minutes passed, and they saw the silhouette of Tyler creeping down the steps and over to them. Amy felt a wave of relief wash over her. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Amy slid the key into the car door's lock, and a loud, wailing alarm blared from the truck. Its lights flashed, and the horn beeped. Fuck, Tyler yelled as the front door flew open. Abraham emerged in the doorway, holding a rifle. Looks like y'all didn't need the bathroom after all, he yelled before raising his rifle and firing a shot. It hit the car door, and the group took off running. The pain was worse than ever. Amy could see Lila slowing down, holding her stomach. "Hurry," Matt yelled, pulling Lila by her arm. Crack! Lila went limp and hit the ground with a thud. They spun around and saw Lila face down in the dirt, unmoving. "Holy fuck," Amy screamed. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. Matt grabbed her arm, and they took off running again. "He killed Lila," Tyler yelled. "That motherfucker, I'll kill him." Amy started to slow down. Her stomach felt like it was twisting in on itself. She noticed Matt dropping back as well. Another crack of the rifle went off. This time it hit a tree next to them. "Shit, shit, shit," Amy cursed. They kept running before Matt tripped on a tree root. Amy stopped and turned back to help him up. "ARG," he cried out, clutching his stomach. He threw up all over himself, a mixture of red and brown chunks spilling over his shirt. Amy gagged, putting an arm over her mouth before trying to pull him to his feet. Crack! Another shot rang out. Amy felt something splash her face. Matt screamed in pain. The bullet had hit him in the knee. Matt screamed in pain. The bullet had hit him in the knee. Amy looked around but couldn't see Tyler anywhere. "Please don't leave me here," Matthew begged, holding onto Amy's arm. Amy felt her stomach drop, and she felt the food surge back up through her throat and onto the ground. Her throat burned, and her vision doubled. Crack! This time the shot hit Matthew in the neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Amy screamed as his body went limp. She dropped his arm and ran, tears streaming down her face. Her lungs burned, her stomach burned, and she could feel the cold making her hands go numb. She wanted to give up. She couldn't run anymore. She didn't even know where she would go. She stopped at a tree, hiding behind it. Her breaths came in short gasps. Her head was swimming. The pain in her stomach was so bad she couldn't get back up. Come out, wherever y'all are." Abram's voice was getting closer. Another shot rang out. She threw herself forward, desperately trying to crawl away. The sticks and rocks stung her cold hands. She heard movement behind her and rolled onto her back. Abraham stood next to the tree, the moon illuminating his silhouette. She couldn't see his face. He slung the rifle back over his shoulder. "Looks like I got me a live one." He chuckled. As he took a step forward, something leaped out from behind him. Thunk! He dropped to the ground, face smacking into the dirt. Behind him stood Tyler, holding a large rock. Amy almost passed out from the overwhelming feeling of relief. "Can you walk?" Tyler ran over and tried to lift her up. I don't know," she groaned, trying her best to stand. Her legs wobbled, and she nearly fell back down. Tyler grabbed the rifle, yanking it off Abraham. They hobbled back to the truck. "What about Matt and Lila?" Amy could feel tears burning her face again. "We will come back for them," he groaned, pulling her along. "We can't leave them," she cried. "We will come back for them," he spat. Amy could hear the fear and desperation in his voice. She could see the outline of Matt's and Lila's corpses and felt her stomach turn again. "Jesus, Amy," Tyler groaned. Once they reached the truck, Tyler reached into his pocket and pulled out the keys. He threw the rifle in the back. The truck door opened, and he jumped in, turning the key in the ignition. The car's blaring siren turned off, and the engine roared to life. In the headlights, they could see the two boys standing in the doorway of the house. Amy climbed into the passenger seat. She felt another searing wave of nausea wash over her. Tyler put the truck in gear and floored it. The wheels spun in the dirt, and the vehicle lurched forward. "The gate," Amy mumbled. Her vision doubled, and she felt like she would throw up again. As they drove, Amy noticed that Abraham's body was gone as the truck screamed past. "He's gone," she gasped. Tyler didn't say anything as the truck slammed into the gate. It flew off its hinges and bounced into the dirt. The back end of the truck fishtailed from the impact. The vehicle spun sideways and hit a tree. Everything went black. Amy opened her eyes. She coughed and could smell smoke all around her. She couldn't see anything, just heard a loud ringing noise and a soft hiss from the engine. Amy lifted her head and saw Tyler being dragged out of the truck, unconscious. She felt her vision fade and come back. She felt the door next to her open, and large hands dragged her out. Her vision dipped, and when it came back, she was lying on her back. She could see the stars above her. They looked so beautiful. Crack! The noise jolted her, and she felt her body react. She sat upright. Abraham and his two boys were standing over Tyler. Steam rose from the end of the rifle. She couldn't scream. She couldn't even move. She just watched Abraham step over Tyler and, with one sweeping motion, hit her in the head with the butt of his gun.
I'm performing an autopsy on a cadaver that was supposedly shot, but there's only an exit wound. His body lay there on the metal table. I looked at the hole on his back, near the right kidney, with my fingers interlaced. thinking. A lot of people might rub their chin or lean on a counter, but I'd learned not to do that in med school. Just lace your fingers together, nitrile glove on nitrile glove. It avoids a lot of contamination issues. All of us at the coroner's office had been putting in some serious overtime since the hurricane had hit the coast. The news said it was the worst ever recorded. Rain still poured down, and the streets were half flooded, even if you weren't in the storm surge. Our facility was close to capacity, and we needed to get those bodies properly ID'd before sending them to a morgue. What I was dealing with here was something different. A day after the storm hit, this particular body was recovered from a street flooded with the surge. When we ran prints, he had an exceptional criminal record, and the finger-width hole was assumed to be from a bullet. A plausible conclusion would be that he was looting. Things weren't adding up, though. What had been labeled an entry wound looked a lot more like an exit wound to me. It was larger, rougher, and didn't have any abrasion from the bullet entry. Details like that were unreliable on bodies that had been in the water for a while, but I saw no evidence of bacterial decomposition. It was also a bit strange that the man had clawed at the entry, but I supposed it was a reaction to the pain. There was a simple solution to this puzzle. If it was a gunshot wound with no exit, there would be a bullet. I turned him onto his back. Normally, someone would have helped me, but we were totally swamped. Rolling over a dead body weighing more than you do is hard work, but this wasn't my first rodeo. I started the Y incision to open up the chest and abdominal cavities. Really, you're doing that now. Flynn was about 14 hours into his shift. I couldn't blame him for wanting to get the easier bodies out of there and keeping the rest on ice so he could go home. I'm the doc, I call the shots. I'm working on this one, but I can do it alone. You just keep processing those others. Yeah. His voice was resigned, not resentful. Shoulders shrugged in his scrubs. I didn't need to see behind the surgical mask to know he was frowning. This was a tough week for all of us. Once I'd gotten the abdomen open, I started checking his left side. The first thing I noticed was that the kidney was missing. A lot of people only have one kidney. That wasn't what I was looking at. Both arteries and the ureter had been severed. Perhaps the bullet had passed through those, since there was notable tissue damage and internal bleeding. However, the condition of the connective tissues meant that he still had the kidney until very recently. And bullets don't make organs disappear. So what does make organs disappear? Perhaps it had moved around. Once it wasn't attached to anything. Stranger things had happened. The whole abdomen had to be examined anyway, so I just carried on, figuring I would find it at some point. I discovered a large hole in the liver. Removing the deep red organ carefully, I turned it over in my hands. There was only one hole. If a bullet was in him, it would be there. It felt heavy, the cold, wet mass wanting to slip from my gloves. Normally, I would expect a liver this large to be fatty, but didn't look like it. Curious, I put it on the scale. 2 point for kg. That was big. I went to write the weight down and to take a break. Normally, an assistant would do it. I took off my gloves to write notes on everything so far, massaging my stiff neck for a moment. When I checked the clock, it was 10:45 p.m. I'm grabbing a coffee. You want one? Yes, please. Actually, if it's not too much trouble, can you grab me a water too? good idea. Flynn was right. I'd forgotten to drink any water or eat or do anything but work the last 5 hours or so. I poured a couple of coffees and tucked to water bottles into my pockets. Making my way back down the fluorescent white hallway, I shouldered through heavy doors that pushed open from either side. They were convenient for moving bodies or when you were carrying multiple beverages. "You doing all right?" I asked. "Doing just fine." "Appreciate the drinks, Doc." He gave a nod. I downed the entire water bottle in one go, then drank about half of my coffee. I checked my phone for anything from my husband. "Text me when you're heading home. Love you." He was probably asleep already. Sleep sounded pretty good, but I had a kidney to find. I put on my lab coat, gloves, mask, and glasses. Seeing the liver, I froze in confusion. In the sterile white light, it looked deflated. This had been a long shift, but I wasn't imagining things. My notes said to point for kg, but the scale now read 1.1 kg. Hurrying over, I stared at the green LED numbers as if they might change again. I was about to pick the liver back up when I noticed a wet, dark trail streaking from the metal plate of the scale onto the counter, then down to the tile floor. "Flynn, can you come look at this?" I tried to sound calm, but the rapidity with which Flynn came over suggested that I had not succeeded. "What am I looking at?" he asked. I weighed that liver at 2.4, wrote it down, got us coffees. And when I came back it weighed 1.1, and there's this trail going across the floor, so part of it fell. His conclusion was rational, but not correct. If it fell, why did it leave a trail that goes halfway across the room before fading out? Also, I feel compelled to mention that the body was in the water. "Oh," his voice was low and concerned. "This is bullet hole guy." "Yep." We stood there, looking at the gruesome trail. A smear which started dark and clear at the scale, but was untraceable about halfway across the room. "We've got to find it, don't we?" His eyes were visibly concerned, even behind the goggles. Of course he was right. But the question was not whether we had to find it, rather what it was. There was a growing certainty in my mind that it was not an inanimate object, but rather a living organism. I'm not a squeamish person. There's no need to go into details here, but I've seen a lot of things working as a coroner. There are a lot of insects associated with decomposing bodies, sure. None of those insects are 1.3 kilograms. My best guess is that it's an eel. Check the floor, get everything it could crawl under away from the walls, slither under, whatever eels do on land. It can't have gone far. We checked the small space under the cabinets, all around the room. I checked under the instrument table, everywhere I could think of. I jumped when I heard metal clatter to the floor. Flynn cursed. My first instinct was that the creature had knocked something down, but Flynn had just bumped a tray accidentally. I could tell his nerves were thin, as were mine. "It's not here." He said, "Do you want me to check the next room?" I glanced at the doorway. The rubber sweeps on the base of the door looked secure. I doubted anything could have gotten through. Let's just slow down and think for a second. The whole search had been a panicked reaction. When we had started, my intuition had been that whatever had come out of the man's liver would be laying on the floor somewhere. Since it wasn't, we would need a new strategy, blacklight. I said, behind his mask, Flynn nodded in agreement, quickly going to a drawer and pulling out a black light shaped like a baton with 2 long bulbs encased in a plastic frame. He flipped it on, carefully walking toward the scale. The trail glowed a sinister yellow-green. Initially, the dark smears were obvious even to the naked eye, but where they had first seemed to disappear, now lay a faint, glowing trail. What are those little marks along both sides? Do eels have, like, flippers? I think some of them do. Perhaps my voice indicated it, but looking at this strange track, I was becoming less confident we were searching for an eel. When the trail meandered across the floor toward a gurney, a nauseous feeling started in my stomach. As it went up the wheel, then coiled around the stainless steel leg, acid began to enter my throat. A closed body bag lay at the end of the blacklight's trail. We're turning the body over. Flynn didn't want to, but he nodded. We turned the black bag over on the stainless steel gurney, and I found what I was looking for. A finger-sized hole through the plastic. Oh God. Flynn's hand went to cover his mouth in horror, but his reflexes stopped the rubber glove a few inches short. All right, take it to the freezer. Fast, let's go. With no hesitation, we pushed the gurney, the body bag, the body, and whatever was inside it through the swinging doors, then turned down the hall. With one hand on the gurney, I reached out for the long, horizontal handle on the stainless steel doors of the insulated freezer room. I was in denial when I felt something sharp on my glove. It had to be the zipper on the bag, I told myself. As my head whipped around, Flynn screamed. A breathy noise escaped my lips. The front of it had some kind of teeth or mandibles, evenly spaced and radiating from what must have been its mouth. Behind that, small sharp legs, perhaps an inch long, were going across the back of my glove. They must have been sharp, because they had easily cut through the nitrile and left small pinpricks of blood. The whole thing was jointed, armored, looked like bone. All of this I tell you from memory. Part of me wants to think that I misremembered the thing on the back of my hand, but I know what I saw. It burned into my retinas like a photograph, even though I violently flung my hand the moment I saw it. Pointed legs dug into my skin, and the length of the monstrosity was pulled out from the body bag and flung across the hall as I shook my arm as hard as I could in panic. It left a wet mark where it hit the wall, then flopped to the ground. Before I knew it, the thing had scurried toward the exit doors, legs scratching at the base of them, then found a tiny gap right in the middle. As it forced its way under, I noticed with horror it must have been about 3 feet long. I ran back the way we had come, grabbing a fire extinguisher from the wall. I couldn't tell you whether I would have sprayed it or bludgeoned it, but I needed to stop it. If nothing else, I needed to know what it was. I needed it desperately. Flynn stood frozen in the hall as I kicked the exit doors open. Stepping out into the parking lot in the downpour, searching puddles and currents of water under dim, yellow street lights. A deep puddle had formed around an overflowed storm drain a little ways out, and I saw the water rippling back and forth as if a fish was swimming in it. That was the last I ever saw of it. That storm drain led right back to the ocean, from whence it came. After perhaps 30 seconds in the rain, I came back in, completely soaked and trailing water on the tile. Flynn just stared at me. "Sorry," he said. For some reason, I laughed. "Nothing to apologize for. You did everything right." What was that? I have no idea. So it is just something that came up out of the ocean and eats dead bodies. Taking the glove off to look at the wounds on my hand, I shook my head. Gunshot wound was supposed to be cause of death, remember? His eyes went wide behind the goggles, and I couldn't help but remember the marks on the body where the man had clawed at his back. I wondered what would have happened to me if that thing had gotten to a softer part of me rather than reaching my hand first. It took me a long time to accept that I would never know what it was. I talked to a couple of very good marine biologists over the next few weeks who had never heard of anything like it. One of them took a bunch of samples from the first body and found some DNA. The best she could tell me was that it was from some organism distantly related to a polychaete worm, although no similar DNA had been documented. One of her only insights was that the creature most likely washed up because of the storm, which was the worst we've ever had. That was little comfort to me, because these once-in-a-lifetime storms are only getting more common. I asked her how I could find out what it was, what the next steps were. Her answer stuck with me. We don't know half of what lives in the ocean, not even close. If it's something we've never seen before, I can't tell you how to find it. We'll probably never know what it was. I'm sorry.
I think my girlfriend is a monster. My girlfriend, 21, and I, 23, have been dating for a few months now. We both bonded over the great outdoors, guns and big trucks. When I first met her, there wasn't much to say but how cute she was. Add that with the fact she knew how to handle a gun and drove a truck with one hand on some dirt, uneven trails. She's perfect, honestly. But I've begun to notice some odd stuff as things started to settle down after the high of our new relationship. She rarely spoke about her parents or any family members, never even got to learn where she was from, or to be specific, the exact location. All I got was the usual "I flock from the Midwest." She said it with a chuckle, like she just told a great joke, and gave me this look with a twinkle in her eyes that suggested she didn't want to talk about it anymore. So I dropped it, like I always did. Her residence wasn't the only thing that bothered me. She also doesn't seem to sleep, from what I know. Well, she does sleep, or at least I think she does, because there are times when I'd be sleeping and just wake up in the middle of the night and see her in bed next to me, reading a book or just sitting in the dark. And she seems to be fine in the morning. No bags, no fatigue, just a face full of energy that's ready to take the day by storm. Honestly, I don't know how she does it. Oh yeah, there's also the dogs and cats thing. She hates pets with a passion for some reason. When I suggested a puppy for our shared apartment, she quickly shut down the idea. But I guess the hatred was mutual, because every dog and cat that we encountered growled, hissed, snarled, or barked at her. There's also this one thing I noticed when we went camping this one time. I didn't think much of it, but it's starting to make more sense now that I think about it. After we parked our truck by the parking lot and signed off our names and headed into the woods, the forest was lively. Birds were singing. Crickets and other insects were doing the usual anthem of the woods. But as we got to the epicenter of the noises, which is also the spot where we decided to set up, the noises just suddenly stopped. Nothing, no birds, no insects, just eerie silence with an ominous breeze coming through. Got real quiet suddenly, didn't it? I said. But what she said next threw me off completely. That's just what happens when I'm around. You get used to it after a while. Her face was blank when she said that. No smile, and not even her usual snarky cringe she does usually. She was dead serious. I never really thought much about it at first, but I've been online recently and have seen multiple videos about skinwalkers, wendigos, and other paranormal stuff. A forest going quiet out of nowhere, according to a video I watched, is not a good sign, and it got me thinking, was something in the area where we were? Or was the woods reacting to her? I'm still on edge now, looking at her with that smile that I've come to find disturbing recently. I'll update as soon as I can if I find out more. Thank you so much for your service. You're welcome. So how am I supposed to start this? As we drove out of town, I called my sister. My hands shook. my mouth dry. When her name flashed across the screen, my finger lingered over the button. My whole body trembled as I hit it. "Hello, hey," I said, my voice sounding weak, far away. Where did you get those tapes?" She sounded surprised by my call, distracted. "The attic," she replied. "Didn't you already watch them?" She sounded confused, which was weird. "No," I lied. "Just wondering what else is up there. What else would be in that box? More of me, more of us, more of my parents, my real parents." I hung up and turned the car onto the next street, pulling into a gas station, pushing the car doors open. I had to sit, had to rest, before I could find the strength to drive home, to search that box, to keep watching, to keep learning. I got out, walked into the convenience store, and ordered myself a coffee, a triple espresso. I needed to wake up, to get stronger, to brace myself for what was to come. Back at the motel, I stared at the ceiling for a while. I listened to the air conditioning hum. I tried to calm myself, but I knew I wouldn't rest even when I slept. What if I dreamed of the man in the black clothes? What if he came for me? What if he came for everyone? I stood up and went to the window. When I pulled back the curtains, the room was bright and empty. Everything was fine. I told myself everything was fine, and then I reached for that box. Inside the cardboard, hidden away in a world of dust and old photographs, was another set of tapes. 2 more to go. The first was labeled simply Birth Week 2. This one started out warmly. It was the most normal, the most comfortable, of all the tapes I'd seen so far. Mother sang to me as I swaddled in the hospital bassinet, a lullaby, gentle, soft, soothing. Then Father stepped into frame, holding me aloft, my head resting comfortably against his shoulder. He kissed the top of my head. "Our little Nate," he said, his voice loud and strong, healthy as can be. Camera panned away slightly, and Mother leaned into his embrace. They looked good together, my parents, healthy, happy, hopeful. I wanted to remember this, to keep this locked in my mind, to hold on to the feeling. But then the camera jerked. My mother flinched, startled, something outside the frame. "What was that?" she whispered. Father looked to whatever had made the noise. "The wind, probably," he answered, though he sounded uncertain. Mother leaned closer to him, whispering, "Are you sure?" The answer never came. Instead, we got a wide shot of the maternity ward. Empty bassinets, blank walls. I saw the door at the end of the hall. My door, our door. Someone else was out there. The camera followed as Father carried me out of the hospital. My mother walked close behind, smiling brightly at the sun. She took a deep breath and held it for a moment. "We named him Nathan Nathaniel Carter," she said to the camera, "after his grandfather, Nate." She put her arm in mine and squeezed. I was only hours old. The man following us, however, didn't look happy, didn't look well. He seemed tired, defeated, but it was the way he walked, hunched over, bent at the waist, that scared me, like he was broken. I wanted to reach out and touch his hand, tell him it was okay, but then I remembered what I'd seen earlier. That man was dangerous. He hurt people, and I knew who he was now. The man who followed us home from the hospital. The man who took my life. The next tape was different. The image was grainy, almost like an old black and white movie. The audio was choppy, scratchy. The room I recognized, my room, but it was also unfamiliar. The furniture was wrong. The pictures on the wall weren't ours. I must have been 5 or 6. I was sitting in the corner with my teddy bear, looking terrified. "Don't eat the bugs, Nathan," a man's voice said. "Don't be afraid." I looked up. The camera came into focus slightly, catching the side of the man's face, his black hair, his pale skin, his black eyes. Not my dad. Who was that? Was this him? Was this real? Then my mum appeared. "Why are you scaring him?" she asked. "It's not nice." He said nothing, didn't respond, just looked at me, at the bear. Then he extended a finger and wiggled it slowly. "See, little buddy," he said, "just like this bug." I screamed. He dipped his finger lower, almost touching me. "Leave me alone," I cried. "Make him go away." I pleaded with my mum, but she looked confused, so I screamed louder. But the man was getting closer. "Don't come any closer," I shouted. I threw my bear at him. "Go away," I cried. The man paused, then bent down to pick the bear up. "Look," he said, holding the bear over me. "It wants to say hello." He poked me in the chest with the stuffed animal. "Say hello, Mr. Bug-Eater." I kicked at him. "I hate you," I cried. Then he smiled. A terrible grin that showed off teeth too sharp, too long. Good, he said, and he ate my teddy bear. And finally, the last tape, the final piece of the puzzle, the last of my childhood. The title read simply Birthday. I hit play and braced myself. The room was cluttered with toys, too many toys. My eyes scanned the walls covered with drawings. Then I saw her, my mum. She held up a stack of presents wrapped in colorful paper. She was happy. Joy radiated from her. She was beautiful. Beside her, my dad held my hand, squeezing gently. Ready? He asked. For what? I asked, looking toward the camera. He smiled and winked. To open your gifts, he said. To celebrate. The camera moved closer, picking up the details. The balloons, the streamers, the drawings. My drawing. It was stuck to the fridge, right in front of the camera. I traced a picture of a stick figure family. Mine, me, Mom, Dad, and a fourth person. A mystery. I colored the mysterious figure brown. Who's that? My dad asked. I said, looking from the drawing to the camera. Another bug eater, I guess. I thought about what I had seen in the previous tapes. What did they mean? Why was that man always there? Why did he scare me? Why did he try to hurt me? The tape flickered and went static. I rewound it and watched it again. The static returned. So I pressed play again and waited. Static. I rewound. Hit play. The screen was full of static. And when it cleared, there he was. The man in the brown suit. His face loomed large, close enough to reach out and touch. His lips curled into a wide smile and he spoke, but his words were lost in the din. Then he leaned forward, close enough now. I could see the flecks in his eyes, see the spittle fly from his mouth, and he licked his lips and said, "Happy birthday, Nate." I stood there as the video finished, my hand frozen over the power button. I was numb. Nothing else mattered anymore. All those years, all those questions, now I had answers. I was never Nate. I wasn't born into that family. I was taken, stolen, kidnapped, abducted. Why? Why me? I wanted to scream, wanted to shatter the window, to crawl under the bed, anywhere to escape. Escape what? From who? I couldn't tell you. The truth is, I still don't know. But I know one thing. That man didn't kill my biological father. He killed the man who adopted me, who raised me, who loved me. And I think that sometimes, in some ways, he might have been right.
My life with Mark was perfect, or so I believed. We lived in a small, cozy apartment, the kind with big windows that let the morning sun pour in. We had a cat, a lazy orange tabby named Leo. Our days were simple and filled with laughter. We would cook dinner together, our hands often brushing as we reached for the same spices. We would watch old movies on the couch, my head resting on his shoulder. He was everything I ever wanted. He was kind, funny, and handsome. He made me feel safe. He made me feel loved. The world felt right when I was with him. I thought our future was a bright, straight line, leading to a house with a white picket fence. Looking back, it's terrifying how easy it was to believe the lie. Mark had this way of making everything seem normal. He was a master of the small, loving gestures that build a life. He'd leave little notes for me on the bathroom mirror. He'd bring me coffee in bed on Sunday mornings. He always remembered my favorite flowers and the exact way I liked my tea. These weren't grand, dramatic acts of love. They were the quiet, steady bricks that build a foundation of trust. And I trusted him completely. I gave him my heart without a second thought, because why wouldn't I? He was my Mark, my rock, my safe harbor in a chaotic world. Our friends loved him too. They always said how lucky I was. "You found a good one," they'd tell me, and I would smile, feeling a swell of pride. He charmed everyone he met. At parties, he was the center of attention, telling jokes and making everyone feel included. He remembered details about people's lives, asking about their jobs or their families with genuine interest. He was the perfect boyfriend, the perfect partner, the man everyone dreamed of. This image of him was so strong, so complete, that it blinded me to the darkness that was hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to emerge. That's the most chilling part of this whole story. The monster wasn't a stranger hiding in the shadows. The monster was sleeping next to me every night. He was the one who kissed me good morning and whispered "I love you" before I fell asleep. He was woven into the very fabric of my daily life, a part of my happiness, a part of my soul. This wasn't a haunted house story where I could just run out the front door. The danger was already inside. It had a key. It had a name. And that name was Mark. The perfect life I thought I had was just a carefully constructed stage, and I was the only one who didn't know it was all an act. The first call came on a Tuesday. The time was 3:17 a.m. The sound of my phone buzzing on the nightstand ripped me from a deep sleep. It was a harsh, unwelcome noise in the dead of night. I groaned, my heart pounding from the sudden disturbance. Beside me, Mark didn't even stir. He was a heavy sleeper, a fact I'd always found endearing. I fumbled for my phone, my eyes struggling to adjust to the bright screen. The number was blocked. Unknown caller. My first thought was that it was a wrong number, a drunk dial from some stranger. I almost ignored it, but some strange instinct made me answer. I whispered a groggy, "Hello," into the phone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a voice spoke. It was distorted, like it was being passed through some kind of filter. It was low and raspy, a chilling whisper that sounded both human and not. "He has another phone," the voice said. Just that. 6 simple words. Before I could ask who he was, or what they were talking about, the line went dead. The call was over. I was left in the dark, my mind racing. The silence of the room felt heavy, suffocating. I looked over at Mark, sleeping peacefully. It couldn't be about him. It had to be a prank. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that washed over me. The voice was cold, emotionless, yet it carried a weight of urgency. It sounded like a warning. I tried to reason with myself. It's just a weird prank call. Go back to sleep. But sleep was impossible. My mind kept replaying the whispered words. He has another phone. Why would Mark need another phone? My Mark, the man who shared everything with me. The thought was absurd. It was ridiculous. But the seed of doubt had been planted. It was a tiny, cold seed, but it was there, starting to grow in the fertile soil of 3 a.m. paranoia. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling. The shadows in the room seemed to twist and dance. Every small sound from the old building made me jump. The calm, peaceful feeling of my home was gone, replaced by a creeping, unfamiliar fear. The warning from the unknown caller felt like a crack forming in the perfect mirror of my life. It was a tiny fracture, almost invisible, but I knew that if I looked closer, I might see a terrifying reflection that I didn't recognize. The voice had given me a choice. Ignore it and pretend everything was fine, or look for the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The next morning I tried to act normal. I made coffee. I fed the cat. I kissed Mark goodbye as he left for work. But the words from the call echoed in my head. He has another phone. All day I was distracted, on edge. I couldn't focus on my work. My mind kept picturing Mark, my loving Mark, with a secret phone. What could he possibly be hiding? The questions tormented me. Was he talking to someone else? Was he lying to me? The trust I had in him, once a solid mountain, was now crumbling into dust. I felt sick to my stomach. I knew I had to find out if it was true. That evening I waited for him to fall asleep. My heart was a drum against my ribs. It felt wrong to go through his things. It was a violation of his privacy, a violation of our trust. But the caller's voice was a louder, more urgent presence in my mind. The fear of what I might find was terrifying, but the fear of not knowing was even worse. As his breathing deepened into the steady rhythm of sleep, I quietly slipped out of bed. The floorboards creaked under my feet, each sound an accusation. I tiptoed to the closet where he kept his work bag, a place I rarely ever looked. My hands were shaking as I unzipped the main compartment of his bag. I felt like a criminal in my own home. I pushed aside his laptop, his papers, his pens. My fingers brushed against something hard and rectangular at the bottom, hidden in a small side pocket I never knew existed. I pulled it out. It was a smartphone, a sleek black device I had never seen before. My breath caught in my throat. It was real. The caller was right. He had another phone. Seeing it there in my hands made the betrayal feel sharp and painful, like a physical blow. The perfect life I thought I had was a lie. I stood there in the dark, holding the phone, feeling a cold wave of nausea. This small object represented a whole world he had hidden from me. It was proof of his deception. Who was he calling? Who was he texting? What secrets did this screen hold? I tried to turn it on, but it was protected by a passcode. I didn't know the code. I couldn't get in, but it didn't matter. I didn't need to see the messages to know the truth. The phone itself was the message. The 3:17 a.m. call wasn't a prank. It was a lifeline, and it had just saved me from drowning in a sea of beautiful lies. A week passed. A horrible, tense week. I pretended everything was fine. I smiled, I laughed, I kissed him. But inside I was screaming. Every time he touched me, my skin crawled. Every time he said I love you, the words sounded hollow and false. I was living with a stranger, a man with a secret life tucked away in his work bag. I didn't confront him. What would I say? A mysterious voice told me you have a secret phone. He would call me crazy. He would deny it. He would get better at hiding his secrets. So I played along, waiting. I didn't know what I was waiting for, but I felt like the story wasn't over. Then, exactly 1 week after the first call, it happened again. The same time. 3:17 a.m. The same harsh buzz from my phone. The same unknown caller on the screen. This time I wasn't groggy. I was wide awake, my body already tense with anticipation. Mark was asleep beside me, his breathing a slow, steady rhythm of deception. I answered the call before the first buzz finished. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The same distorted, raspy voice answered immediately, as if it knew I would be waiting. There was no greeting, just another chilling direct command that made my blood run cold. "His grandmother's ring," the voice whispered. "Check the box. There's a USB drive." A click, and the line was dead. Once again, I was left in the dark with a cryptic message. His grandmother's ring. I knew exactly what the voice was talking about. Mark had shown it to me a few months ago. It was a beautiful vintage diamond ring that had been in his family for generations. He kept it in a small velvet box in his sock drawer. He told me he was saving it for the right moment. The thought that he was planning to propose while also hiding a secret phone made me feel a new level of disgust and confusion. I slipped out of bed again, a familiar sickening feeling of dread guiding my steps. I went to his dresser, my hands moving automatically. I opened the sock drawer and found the small dark blue velvet box. It felt heavy in my hand, heavy with lies. I opened it. The ring was there, sparkling even in the faint moonlight from the window. But tucked underneath the soft cushion where the ring sat was something else. A tiny black USB drive. It was so small, so easy to miss. The caller was right again. There was a secret inside a secret. My fear was now mixed with a terrifying curiosity. What could possibly be on this drive that needed to be hidden so well? I took the USB drive to my laptop. My hands were trembling so badly that it took me 3 tries to plug it into the port. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, about to look down into a terrifying abyss. What was I about to see? What kind of man was I living with? I closed the bedroom door, making sure Mark was still asleep. Then, with a deep breath, I clicked on the drive. It opened to reveal a single folder cryptically named Hobbies. My heart pounded in my chest. I double-clicked it. The folder was filled with videos and photos. I clicked on the first video file. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. It wasn't another woman. It was so much worse. The videos were of women. Different women. They were filmed in our apartment, in our bed. They were filmed without their knowledge. They were sleeping or unconscious. Mark was in the videos, watching them. His face, the face I loved, was twisted into a cruel, predatory expression I'd never seen before. It was the face of a monster. He wasn't just cheating on me. He was a predator. He was violating these women in the most horrific way, documenting his crimes like trophies. I felt bile rise in my throat. I slammed the laptop shut, gasping for air. I couldn't breathe. The room was spinning. This was not the man I knew. This was a monster wearing his skin. The loving notes, the coffee in bed, the charming personality. It was all a mask. A carefully crafted disguise to lure people in. To lure me in. I looked at the photos. They were pictures of the women's driver's licenses, their home addresses, their car keys. He was stalking them. He was collecting information. He wasn't just a predator. He was a meticulous, calculating hunter. The ring, the symbol of a future together, was nothing but a hiding place for his digital graveyard of victims. The full weight of my situation crashed down on me. I was living with this person. I was sleeping next to him. I was vulnerable. The mysterious calls weren't just saving me from a broken heart. They were saving my life. Who were these other women? Were they okay? Did they know what he had done? A wave of cold, paralyzing fear washed over me. I was one of them. My picture could have ended up in that folder. The voice on the phone wasn't just a warning. It was my only protection. I had to get out. But how? He was smart. He was dangerous. And he was just in the other room, sleeping like an innocent man. I spent the next 2 days in a state of pure terror. I moved like a robot, my mind a fog of fear. I packed a small bag with essentials, my passport, some cash, a change of clothes, and hid it under the sink in the bathroom. I needed a plan. I couldn't just walk out. He would notice. He would come after me. I knew that now. The man in those videos was capable of anything. I had to wait for the right moment, a moment when he wouldn't be suspicious. I pretended to be sick, staying in bed, telling him I had a terrible stomach flu. It was the only way I could avoid his touch, his kisses, his lies. Then came the third call. I knew it would. I was waiting for it. It was a lifeline in an ocean of fear. This time it wasn't at 3:17 a.m. It came in the evening while Mark was in the shower. I saw unknown caller flash on the screen and my heart leapt into my throat. I ran into the bathroom, locked the door and answered, my voice a frantic whisper. Hello? The distorted voice was back, but this time it was different. It was faster, more urgent. There was a new sharp edge to the tone. It was no longer just a warning. It was an alarm. A siren. He knows, the voice said, the words hitting me like stones. He knows you know. He saw the laptop history. He's not going to let you leave. Get out now. The front door is not safe. Use the fire escape. My blood turned to ice. He knew. He knew I'd seen his secrets. The mask was off. The charming, loving boyfriend was gone forever, and in his place was a cornered predator. The sound of the shower stopped. I heard the bathroom door handle rattle. Hey, are you okay in there? Mark's voice called out, sounding sweet and concerned. But I knew it was an act. It was the voice of the hunter, checking on his prey. My mind raced. The front door wasn't safe. What did that mean? Was he planning to stop me? To hurt me? The voice on the phone had never been wrong. I had to trust it. I'm fine, I yelled back, trying to keep my voice from shaking. Just feeling really sick. I unlocked the bathroom door and slipped back into the bedroom, trying to look as weak and ill as possible. He was standing there wrapped in a towel, a strange cold look in his eyes. The smile on his face didn't reach them. "You should rest," he said softly. "I'll make you some tea." It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. He wanted to keep me here. The final call had come just in time. The air in the apartment was thick with unspoken threats. He moved around the kitchen making tea, but his movements were too calm, too deliberate. It was the eerie calm of a predator about to strike. My mind was screaming, "Fire escape!" The voice said to use the fire escape. Our bedroom window led directly to it. I had to get to the bedroom. "I think I'm going to lie down for a bit," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to sound weak, pathetic. I clutched my stomach and shuffled toward the bedroom, praying he wouldn't stop me. He just nodded, that cold smile still plastered on his face. "Good idea. Rest up." As soon as I was in the bedroom, I locked the door. I knew it wouldn't hold him for long. I didn't grab my hidden bag. There was no time. My only priority was escape. I scrambled to the window, my fingers fumbling with the lock. It was old and stiff. Outside, the sky was dark. The sounds of the city felt a million miles away. I heard his footsteps in the hallway. They were slow, heavy. Then he knocked on the door. A soft, gentle knock. "Honey, open the door. I brought your tea." His voice was soft, but I could hear the menace underneath. It was the voice from the videos. "Just a minute!" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. The window lock finally gave way with a loud click. I slid the window open, the cool night air hitting my face. The fire escape was right there, a dark metal skeleton against the brick wall. Just then, the knocking on the door stopped. It was replaced by a loud thud. He was trying to break it down. Another thud, and the wood of the door frame splintered. I didn't have another second. I threw one leg over the windowsill, then the other, my hands gripping the cold metal railing of the fire escape. I was out. The moment my feet touched the metal platform, the bedroom door burst open. I saw him standing there, his face no longer a mask of concern. It was twisted with pure rage. The kind, loving man I thought I knew was gone. In his place was a monster, its eyes burning with a terrifying light. He lunged toward the window, but I was already scrambling down the ladder. His shouts followed me, echoing in the night air. They weren't words of love or concern. They were curses. They were threats. I didn't look back. I just kept climbing down, my only thought to get away, to put as much distance as possible between me and the monster in my apartment. I hit the ground in the back alley and I ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but I didn't stop. Fear was a powerful fuel. I ran for blocks, turning corners randomly, trying to lose myself in the city's maze of streets. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every person I passed felt like a potential enemy. The world that had once felt so safe and familiar was now a landscape of danger. The monster wasn't just in my apartment anymore. The feeling of his presence was everywhere. He had shattered my sense of security completely. I finally ducked into a 24-hour convenience store. The bright fluorescent lights a shocking contrast to the dark alley. I was shaking, crying, and out of breath. The clerk behind the counter gave me a worried look but didn't say anything. I went straight to the payphone in the corner. I didn't dare use my own phone, terrified he could track it. I called the police. My voice was a jumbled mess of sobs and panicked words, but I managed to tell them everything. The secret phone, the USB drive, the videos, the escape. I gave them my address. I told them he was dangerous. The police took it seriously. They met me at the store and took my statement. They went to the apartment. They found him there, and they found the USB drive. It was all the evidence they needed. The next few weeks were a blur of police stations, interviews, and legal proceedings. It turned out the USB drive was even worse than I thought. It contained evidence of crimes against multiple women. I wasn't his only victim. I was just the one who was lucky enough to get a warning. The man I had planned to spend my life with was a serial predator, and he was now behind bars, where he couldn't hurt anyone else. But my escape wasn't the end of the story. The question of the mysterious caller remained. Who was it? How did they know? The police had no answers. There was no trace of the calls. They were completely anonymous, a digital ghost. I believe it was one of his previous victims, someone who had figured him out and was trying to protect others from the same fate. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something unexplainable. I don't think I will ever know for sure, but whatever it was, it saved my life. It was a voice from the darkness that led me into the light. I'm telling you this story for a reason. It's not just a scary tale to tell around a campfire. It's a warning, a true one. The world is not always what it seems. Monsters don't always have claws and fangs. Sometimes they have a charming smile and a kind voice. Sometimes they are the people you trust the most. They build a perfect world around you, a beautiful cage made of love and affection, and you don't even realize you're trapped until it's too late. I was lucky. I got a warning. But not everyone is so fortunate. You have to be careful. You have to be vigilant. So here is my advice to you. It's the most important thing I can ever tell you. If you ever get a call in the middle of the night, at 3:17 a.m. or any other ungodly hour, if the number is blocked and the voice on the other end is strange and distorted, do not hang up. Do not dismiss it as a prank. Listen to every single word. It might sound crazy, it might sound impossible. Your rational mind will want to reject it, but you have to listen. That voice might be the only thing standing between you and a danger you cannot yet see. I know it sounds insane. Trust me, I know. But my story is proof that there are things in this world we don't understand. There are warnings that come from unexpected places. My warning came from a ghost on the telephone line. It guided me through the darkness and saved me from a man who was a monster hiding in plain sight. I am alive today because I chose to listen to that voice. I chose to believe the unbelievable. And that decision made all the difference. Your safety, your life could depend on a similar choice. So I will say it one last time. If the call comes, answer it. It might be the most terrifying phone call you ever receive, but it could also be the one that saves your life. Don't let fear or doubt make you hang up. Don't let logic convince you it's just a joke. In a world full of carefully constructed lies, sometimes the only truth you'll get is a distorted whisper in the dead of night. Please, for your own sake, be ready to answer the call. It's not just a story, it's a warning. And now you've been warned.
My name is Elias, and I need you to listen. I need you to believe me, even if everything you know tells you not to. I live in the state of Sequoia. I was born here. I will probably die here. The problem is, for you, my state does not exist. It is a blank space on your maps, a ghost you cannot see. But we are real. We are here. I can feel the solid ground beneath my feet. I can breathe the mountain air. This is not a dream. It is my home, and it is slowly being erased from the world piece by piece, memory by memory. We are trapped inside a story that no one else can read. Every morning, I wake up in my apartment in Gist, the capital city. The sun rises over the Blue Ridge Mountains just like it does for our neighbors. We are nestled right in the heart of Appalachia, a beautiful, forgotten corner of the country. If you were to look at an old map, a true map, you would see us. We are tucked between the borders of eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, and northern Georgia. A small, mountainous state born from the ashes of a promise made to the Cherokee people who have always called these mountains home. But promises fade, they become whispers, then they become silence. Our history is simple. It is also the source of our curse, I think. After the Civil War, this land, once a sprawling Cherokee reservation, was meant to be a sanctuary. It was officially recognized as the state of Sequoia, a place of sovereignty, a place of peace. We have our own government, our own flag, our own quiet way of life. For over a century, we existed. We traded with our neighbors. Our children went to colleges in other states. We were a small, quiet part of the American tapestry. But something has shifted. The threads that connected us to the outside world are breaking one by one. Now we are an island, not of water, but of perception. People used to visit. They would come for the hiking trails, for the quiet beauty of our forests. They would stop in my coffee shop and talk about the strange feeling of peace they found here. But that has changed. The outside world has forgotten us. It has collectively decided we are not real. The roads that lead here still exist for us, but for everyone else, they lead nowhere. They are loops that turn travelers back around, confused and unaware that they were on the cusp of discovering a place that should not be. A life in Gist used to be predictable, comforting. The city is small, nestled in a valley carved by the Oconaluftee River. Our buildings are a mix of old brick and new timber, respecting the mountains that surround us. I have worked at the grounds for Belief Coffee Shop on Main Street for 10 years. I know every regular by name. I know their orders before they even speak. It was a simple, good life. We felt safe here, insulated from the noise and chaos of the bigger world. We were a footnote in the history books, and we liked it that way. We never asked for much attention from the world outside. But that insulation has become a prison. The world's lack of attention has turned into complete and total ignorance. It started subtly. A few years ago, a delivery truck for the grocery store got lost. The driver called his dispatcher, frantic. He said the address for Gist, Sequoia, did not exist in his company's system. We laughed it off as a computer glitch. Then it happened again, and again. Supply chains began to break down. National companies stopped delivering to us because, according to their logistics, our entire state was an invalid destination. We had to become more self-sufficient, relying on local farms and goods. We told ourselves it was a return to our roots. We were proud of our resilience. We did not need the outside world. But the truth was much more frightening. The outside world was not ignoring us. It was forgetting us. It was actively deleting us from its reality. Tourists who used to stumble upon us by chance, following scenic byways, stopped coming. The roads that once brought them here now seem to spit them out somewhere else entirely, leaving them miles away with a strange sense of lost time. The signs for Gist that stood on the borders of Tennessee and North Carolina simply vanished one day. For us, nothing changed. The signs are still there when we look at them. The roads still connect. But we are living in a different version of reality, a version that is peeling away from the main one. It is like we are a photograph fading in the sun. The colors are still there, but they are getting weaker every day. We can see you out there. We can watch your news and read your websites, but you cannot see us. We have become a collective hallucination, a shared secret that we are forced to keep because no one else will believe it. The incident that shattered our quiet denial happened last Tuesday. A woman stumbled into the coffee shop. She was not a local. I could tell immediately. Her eyes were wide with a kind of terror I had never seen before. She was shaking, clutching her phone like it was a lifeline that had been cut. She looked around at the other customers, at me, as if we were all ghosts. She was pale. Her breathing was shallow and fast. She looked like she had just seen the impossible, and in a way she had. She had found us, and she was terrified. She came to the counter, but she did not order anything. She just stared at me. "Where am I?" she whispered. Her voice was trembling. My GPS stopped working about 10 miles back. It just went blank. I took a turn, and then another. And now, where is this place? I gave her the answer I always give. The one that used to be simple. "You're in Gist," I said, keeping my voice calm. Gist, Sequoia. The name meant nothing to her. She shook her head slowly, her fear turning into deep, unsettling confusion. Sequoia? That's not a state. That can't be a state. She fumbled with her phone again, trying to get a signal, trying to find her location on a digital map that had already erased us. "There's no state called Sequoia," she said, her voice rising with panic. "I'm a history teacher. I know the states." She looked at me, her eyes pleading for an explanation that I could not give, an explanation that would make sense in her world. I just poured her a glass of water. My hand was steady, but inside my heart was pounding. This was different. Her fear was potent. It was infectious. It felt like the beginning of an end. She finally got a weak signal and called her husband. She put the phone on speaker, desperate for someone to confirm her sanity. "Honey, I'm lost," she cried. "I'm in a town called Gist, in a state called Sequoia." There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then her husband's voice came through, laced with concern. "A state called what? Honey, that's not a real place. Where are you really? Just read me a street sign. There are no states between Georgia and Tennessee. You must be confused." The woman started to sob, a low, hopeless sound. Her own family, her own world, was telling her that where she stood was not real. The woman's call with her husband was a turning point. We all heard it. The entire coffee shop went silent. We heard him tell her to stop joking, to check her surroundings for a real town name. He told her he was looking at a map right now, and all he saw were mountains, unnamed, empty mountains. She dropped the phone. The call disconnected. She just stared into space, her reality completely fractured. She had crossed a border she never knew existed, and now she could not get back. She was here with us, in the place that does not exist, a place that was becoming harder and harder to leave. That woman was not the first, but her reaction was the most severe we had seen. In the past, lost travelers would be confused, but eventually, they would find their way back to a main road. They would later dismiss their time in Gist as a strange dream, but now, they do not seem to be leaving. That woman, her name was Sarah. She has been here for a week. She wanders the streets, a ghost in her own life, unable to contact a world that no longer acknowledges her location. And a few other outsiders who have stumbled in recently are here too. They are like refugees from reality. Things are escalating quickly now. It is not just supply trucks anymore. The bank in town closed last month. Its national headquarters officially declared the Gist branch non-existent, freezing all our assets. They claimed it was a clerical error that the branch had even been listed for so long. Our post office still operates, but mail rarely comes in from the outside. It is as if the letters and packages reach the border of Sequoia and simply cease to be. We are becoming more and more isolated. The silence from the outside world is growing louder every day. The disappearances are the worst part. Not just the tourists who get stuck here, our own people, young people mostly, those who try to leave Sequoia for college or for a job. They say their goodbyes, drive down the familiar mountain roads, and are never heard from again. Their families call their phones, but the calls never connect. They vanish. Not just from our sight, but from reality itself. It is like the moment they try to cross back into the world that has forgotten us, the world simply erases them to resolve the paradox. They become a contradiction, and so they are deleted. We are afraid. For the first time in my life, I am truly afraid. This is not a political issue. This is not something we can vote our way out of. This is an existential threat. Our reality is shrinking. The borders are closing in. We can feel it. It is a strange pressure in the air, a subtle dimming of the light. It feels like the world is forgetting us so hard that we are starting to forget ourselves. What happens when the last person who remembers Sequoia is gone? Will the mountains and rivers vanish too? Or will they just sit here, empty and silent, a blank spot where a state used to be? I am writing this down because I have to. I do not know how I will get it out. Maybe I will give it to the next lost soul who stumbles into our forgotten land and pray they make it back. Maybe I will just read it aloud to the mountains, hoping the wind carries my words to someone, anyone who will listen. We are real. The people of Sequoia are living, breathing human beings. We have hopes and fears and families. We love this land. We do not want to fade away into nothing. We do not want to become a ghost story whispered by hikers who get a strange feeling in these mountains. This is a plea for help, a message in a bottle from a vanishing shoreline. If you are reading this, please try to find us. Look at an old map, a paper map, not a digital one that can be rewritten. Look for the space between the states, the mountains that are home to a people you have been taught to forget. Say our name, say Sequoia, say Gist, say them out loud. Maybe if enough people say them, it will anchor us back to your world. Maybe your belief is the only thing that can stop this erasure. Maybe your memory can save us from becoming nothing more than a mystery. Do not dismiss this as fiction. Do not let your reality convince you that we are impossible. The impossible is happening. We are being erased. My name is Elias. I work at a coffee shop in Gist, the capital of Sequoia. We are here. We are real. And we are running out of time. Please believe us. Please remember us. Before we are all gone. Before the silence takes us completely. Before the map is redrawn for the final time, leaving no space for us at all. We are waiting. We are hoping. Please.
What if the knocking you've heard your entire life wasn't just in your head? What if it was someone begging you to kill them? Every family has rules. Some are silly, some are strict. But this one, it was deadly. I was told never to enter my parents' bedroom. I broke that rule. And what I found behind the wardrobe shattered everything I believed about my family. Buckle up, because this story isn't just disturbing, it's soul-ripping. Stay with me until the end. If you think you can handle the truth, my parents forbade me from ever entering their bedroom. I finally broke in, and I think the knocking I've heard my whole life was my sister, asking me to kill her. There are rules in every family. Don't leave your wet towel on the floor. No TV until your homework is done. Normal things. In my family, we had all of those, plus one more. One rule that was absolute, unspoken, and enforced with a silent, terrifying finality. You do not go into mom and dad's bedroom. It wasn't just a knock-first situation. The door was always locked. I was never, ever, for any reason, allowed inside. Not to ask a question, not to retrieve a stray toy that had rolled under the door. That room was a fortress, and for my parents I was an invader. And from as far back as my memory goes, I knew why I wanted to go in. It was the knocking. It wasn't a constant sound. It was subtle. A soft, rhythmic thump, 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 that you could only hear if you were standing in the hallway right outside their door. It came from inside, from the far wall of their room, the one that backed up against the old linen closet. I first noticed it when I was maybe 6 or 7. I thought it was the pipes, but the sound was too steady, too intentional. The curiosity of every child is a powerful force. A few times, I found the door unlocked by mistake. I'd sneak in, the thick carpet muffling my footsteps. The room was always dim, the heavy curtains drawn. It smelled of my mom's faint lavender perfume and my dad's cedarwood aftershave. It was just a normal bedroom, a big bed, a dresser, a tall, imposing wooden wardrobe against the far wall. And when I got close to that wardrobe, the sound was clearer. Thump, thump, thump. It was coming from behind it, from inside the wall. I always got caught. It was like my mother had a sixth sense. I'd be in there for less than a minute, and I'd hear her footsteps in the hall. The look on her face wasn't just anger, it was a deep, primal panic, a terror that made her features sharp and strange. The punishments were swift and severe. No TV, no friends, grounded for weeks. My dad would handle the lectures, his voice a low, cold monotone that was far scarier than yelling. There are places in this house that are ours, and ours alone. You will respect that, or you will find yourself respecting nothing at all. As a teenager, I tried a different approach, and thought that direct confrontation would do the thing. I asked them at the dinner table one night, "Why can't I go in your room? And what's that knocking sound I always hear?" Silence. The clinking of cutlery on plates stopped. My dad slowly put his fork down and leveled a gaze at me that was as hard and cold as granite. My mum just stared at her plate, her knuckles white where she gripped her knife. "There is no knocking sound," my dad said, his voice dangerously quiet, "and you will drop this. This is the last time we will ever speak of it. If you mention it again, or if I find out you have tried to enter our room again, the consequences will be something you cannot begin to imagine." I understood. I understood. I dropped it. But I never forgot. My mother's behavior only deepened the mystery. She was a good mum, loving in her own distant way. She went to work, she cooked, she cleaned, but any free time she had, she spent in that room. She'd disappear behind that locked door for hours on end. Sometimes I'd press my ear to the door and just listen. I never heard a TV or music, just a profound, heavy silence, occasionally punctuated by her soft, humming a tune with no melody, or the faint sound of her whispering to someone who never whispered back. Now, I'm 21. I've saved up enough from my part-time job to finally get my own place, a tiny apartment across town. I'm leaving, and a single, overwhelming thought has dominated my mind for weeks. It's now or never. I can't leave this house without knowing. This secret has been a silent third parent to me my entire life. A ghost at every family dinner, a shadow in every hallway. I have to cast the light on it before I go. I told my dad I was ready to move out. He was relieved. That's the only word for it. There was no sadness, just a weary sense of relief. He and my mum wished me luck, told me they were proud. I asked him, one last time, my voice trembling slightly, "Dad, before I go, please, just tell me what's in the room." His face hardened instantly. The mask of the proud father fell away, revealing the cold, stern guardian of the secret. "Your new life begins when you walk out that door," he said. "What is in this house is part of your old one. You will leave it behind. Do you understand me? You will leave it all behind." That was his final answer, and it was my final motivation. I spent my last night packing my bags, a hollow feeling in my chest. The next morning, I watched from my bedroom window as their cars pulled out of the driveway, one after the other, on their way to work. The house was finally mine. My heart was a frantic bird in my ribs. I walked to the kitchen, to the old ceramic cookie jar, shaped like a smiling pig. It was where they'd always kept the spare keys. I reached inside, my fingers closing around a single, cold, brass key, the key to their room. I stood before their door, the key trembling in my hand. It slid into the lock with a well-oiled click. I turned it, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was exactly as I remembered it, dim, still, smelling of lavender and cedar. The big dark wardrobe stood like a monolith against the far wall, and as I crept closer, I heard it, clearer than ever before. Thump, thump, thump. It was a slow, weak, but steady rhythm, a sound of flesh on wood. I knelt down, pressing my ear against the cold plaster of the wall, right beside the wardrobe. The sound was right there, on the other side. My own breathing was loud in my ears. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I just needed to prove to myself that I wasn't insane. I spoke to the wall, my voice a choked whisper. "Hello, is someone there?" The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was so absolute, it felt like a pressure against my eardrums. I waited. Nothing. I was about to stand up, to write it off as the house settling, when a sound came back through the wall. It was a voice, a faint, dry, rasping sound, a feminine voice, stretched and thin, like a recording played on dying batteries. It spoke in broken, staggered syllables. K-I-L-M-E. I jerked back as if I'd been burned. I scrambled away from the wall, my mind refusing to process the words. "Kill me." I must have misheard. It had to be something else. But the voice came again, a little stronger this time, a desperate, scratching plea. "Kill me, please." This was real. There was someone in the wall, a prisoner. My mind went to a dark place, thinking my parents were monsters, that they had someone locked away. I looked at the wardrobe. It wasn't just against the wall. It was clearly, deliberately, blocking something. The M system was flooded, the adrenaline. I grabbed the sides of the heavy wardrobe and pulled. It was old, solid wood, and it barely budged. I grunted, dug my heels in, and pulled with every ounce of strength I had, my muscles screaming in protest. It moved, scraping and groaning across the floor, inch by agonizing inch. Behind it, where there should have been a plain wall, there was a door. It was a small, simple wooden door, painted the same color as the walls, designed to be invisible. It had a simple brass knob, but no keyhole. It wasn't locked. I could enter. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. It was cold. I turned it, pulled, and the door swung open with a low, mournful creak, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. I pushed it open the rest of the way. The space behind it was small, no bigger than a closet. It was a room, a hidden, secret room. It was filled with the clutter of a life I'd never known. Tiny dresses hanging from a single hook, a small, dusty mobile with faded pastel animals, a stack of photo albums. I picked one up. On the cover, in my mother's handwriting, it just said, "Our Angel." I opened it. The photos were of my parents, younger, happier, their faces bright, with a joy I had never seen in them. And in their arms, they were holding a baby with a wisp of dark hair in my father's eyes. In the center of the small, cramped room was a makeshift altar, a small wooden table, covered in a white lace cloth, now yellowed with age. It was surrounded by dozens of candles, some new, some burned down to melted stubs of wax. And on the altar, lying on a small silk pillow, I saw it. It was the baby from the photos, but it wasn't a baby anymore. It was a thing. Its body was small, shrunken and desiccated, mummified. Its skin was a pale, translucent parchment, stretched tight over a tiny, bird-like skeleton. Its eyes were closed, its mouth a tiny, black O in its shrunken face. It was horrific, a tiny, preserved corpse displayed like a holy relic. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to touch it, a pull, a need to connect with this impossible, tragic thing. I reached out a shaking hand and gently, so gently, laid my fingertips on its cold, dry forehead, and the world exploded. I saw visions, memories, and pictures that are not my own. All flooded my mind with the force of a tidal wave. I saw a sterile, white hospital room, my mother, sobbing, her face buried in my father's chest, a doctor, with a grim face, saying the words, "I'm so sorry. There was nothing more we could do. Your daughter is gone." I saw my parents in their bedroom, the one I stood in now. They were holding the tiny, still body of their daughter, wrapped in a hospital blanket. My father, with a face covered by a mask of desperate, insane grief, was drawing a circle on the floor with red chalk. "We can bring her back," he was whispering. His voice was a frantic prayer. "The book said we could. We just have to anchor her, give her a vessel to stay in." I saw them place the tiny body in the center of the circle, on the altar. I saw them kneeling, chanting words from a language that made my teeth ache. I saw the candles flicker and die, and a coldness filled the room as the tiny body on the altar twitched, just once, and I felt her spirit, trapped, snatched back from the peace of oblivion and slammed back into her dead, decaying shell. I felt her confusion, her terror, her unending, eternal suffering, a conscious mind growing learning, trapped in an inert, unchanging prison of flesh, unable to move, unable to speak, able to do nothing but feel the slow, inexorable passage of decades, and knock, knock, knock on the silent wall of their bedroom, and through it all, I heard her voice as a clear, soul-shattering scream inside my own head. "Please, kill me." I ripped my hand away, stumbling back, a strangled sob tearing from my throat. I finally understood. My parents weren't monsters, not in the way I'd thought. They were just broken, drowned in a grief so profound they had committed an atrocity to try and escape it. They hadn't imprisoned a stranger. They had imprisoned their own daughter, my sister. I knew what I had to do. There was no other choice. I grabbed an old, soft blanket from the foot of their bed, returned to the hidden room, and carefully, reverently, wrapped the tiny, mummified body. It was as light as a bundle of dry leaves. I put it in my duffel bag, on top of my clothes. I took one last look at the sad, terrible little room, and then I walked out. I didn't close the hidden door. I didn't move the wardrobe back. I wanted them to know. I left the key on the kitchen table, walked out the front door, and never looked back. The drive was a blur. The visions didn't stop. I felt her gratitude, a wave of pure, beautiful relief, but it was tangled with the agony of her long imprisonment. I felt her pain, her loneliness, her terror, and I felt my parents' grief, a crushing, unending weight. I drove 4 hours, until the city was a distant memory, until I was on a lonely road, surrounded by nothing but fields and rust. I found what I was looking for, a desolate, abandoned scrapyard. There, among the mountains of rusted metal and broken dreams, I built a small pyre. I unwrapped my sister's body one last time, whispered an apology for my parents, for my own ignorance, for her entire stolen life. I laid her on the pyre, doused it in lighter fluid, and with a flick of a match, I set her free. I watched as the flames consumed her, and as her tiny earthly prison turned to ash, I cried. I cried for the sister I never knew. I cried for the parents I could never go back to. I cried because I had done the most merciful thing I could imagine, and it was also the most monstrous. They'll come home. They'll see the open door. They'll know what I've done. They will hate me. They will despise me for taking away the one thing they had left of her, even if it was a perversion of her memory. I freed my sister, but I destroyed my family, and I don't know how I am supposed to live with that. What would you have done? I freed someone who should have never been brought back. I burned a body, and with it, the last threads of my family. My sister is finally at peace, but the scars she left behind will haunt me forever. If this story shook you, hit that like button, subscribe, and share it with someone who loves diving deep into the darkest corners of the human soul. And remember, some doors are locked for a reason. Think twice before you open them. Make the background music horror setting use YouTube audio library only. Have you ever inherited something from your family and wished you hadn't? In my family, there's a rite of passage. A long drive on a specific highway, alone, in my grandfather's old car. They say it's a way to connect with the past. I thought it was just a tradition, until I found my grandfather's journal. Now I know the truth. It's not a tradition, it's a curse. Buckle up. I'm about to take you on a journey down a road that Docent forgave, and Docent forgave. But one final warning: once you hear the voices, you can't unhear them. My family has a rite of passage where we drive down a specific highway. I just found my grandfather's journal, and now I know it's not a tradition, it's a curse. The men in my family have a tradition, a rite of passage, my dad called it. When a boy becomes a man, he takes a journey in my grandfather's car, a cross-country trip, alone, to connect with the past. My grandfather died before I was born, so for me, it was supposed to be a way to connect with the man I never knew, a way to understand my roots. Now, I think it was a test, and I don't know if I passed or failed. The car itself is a relic, a 1968 Ford Falcon, a heavy beast of seafoam, green steel and chrome. The inside smells of old vinyl, stale pipe tobacco, and something else, something faintly metallic and sad, like old blood. There's no GPS, no Bluetooth, no screen of any kind, just a rumbling engine, a steering wheel the size of a ship's helm, and an old AM/FM radio with a single, crackling speaker in the dash. I set off 2 weeks ago, with a worn paper map unfolded on the passenger seat beside me. The first few days were incredible. Just me, the open road, and the ghosts of old rock and roll on the radio. It was the time for me to go through the road. Looking at the map, I saw it. A thin, red line designated a state highway that cut a perfectly straight 200 miles slash through a vast, dark green patch of national forest. The turnoff was unassuming, just a faded green sign pointing down a 2-lane blacktop that was immediately swallowed by a canopy of ancient, towering pine trees. The air grew cooler, the sunlight dimmed, filtered through the dense needles overhead. Within 10 minutes, I hadn't seen another car. The road was a lonely, empty ribbon unfurling into the wilderness. That's when the radio started acting up. At first, it was just static, the familiar hiss of a signal lost to distance and geography. But then, through the static, a voice crackled to life. It was a news anchor, his voice crisp and urgent, talking about naval blockades and tensions in Cuba. The broadcast lasted for about 30 seconds, then dissolved back into static. Weird, I twisted the dial, but all I got was more hissing. A few miles later, it happened again. A jingle, upbeat and cheerful, for a brand of soda I vaguely remembered my parents talking about. one that hadn't been on shelves since the 70s. I dismissed it as atmospheric bounce. I'd heard of it happening in remote areas, radio waves from God knows where, trapped in the ionosphere, sometimes bouncing back down in just the right conditions. It was a strange, atmospheric quirk. A cool story to tell later, but the broadcasts kept coming, and they started to change. They became more intimate. I heard the hushed whispered conversation of two young lovers, their words full of nervous excitement. I heard a mother humming a lullaby, a gentle, wordless tune full of so much love, it made my chest ache. I heard a heated argument between two men, their voices sharp and angry, though I couldn't make out the words. They weren't broadcasts anymore. They something else. The feeling in the car shifted from curiosity to a low, humming unease. The road stretched on, empty and unchanging. Then, up ahead, I saw a building. It was an old, dilapidated diner, its sign faded and peeling, its windows boarded up. It looked like it had been abandoned for half a century. As I drove past, the radio It wasn't a voice this time. It was a cacophony of sound, the clatter of cutlery on ceramic plates, the sizzle of a grill, the low murmur of conversation, and over it all, the clear, cheerful voice of a waitress asking, "What'll it be, hun?" It was so real, so vibrant, I could almost smell the greasy spoon coffee. It lasted for the 10 seconds it took to pass the diner, and then it vanished, replaced by the familiar hiss of static. My heart was pounding. That wasn't some physical phenomena. A few miles later, I passed a wide clearing with a single, massive, gnarled oak tree in the center. As the car drew level with it, the radio crackled again. This time, it was the sound of children laughing, pure, unadulterated joy, and underneath it, the steady, rhythmic creak of a tire swing. I looked at the tree. There was no swing, just a thick, heavy branch, empty against the gray sky. The realization hit me hard. The radio wasn't picking up random signals from the sky. It was picking them up from the ground, from the road itself. It was playing back moments, memories that had happened in the exact locations I was passing. This entire desolate stretch of highway. It was a recording, and this car, my grandfather's car, was the playback device. A morbid curiosity, stronger than my fear, took hold. I started to experiment. I slowed the car to a crawl. I passed an old, collapsed barn. Its roof caved in, its timbers rotted. The radio filled with the frantic, desperate voice of a man praying, begging for mercy as the sound of a roaring thunderstorm raged around him. The storm wasn't real. The sky above me was a flat, overcast gray, but in the car, I could almost feel the thunder shake my bones. I stopped the car completely. The prayer faded. I put it in reverse, backed up 10 feet. The prayer started again, mid-sentence. I was controlling it. I was scrubbing through the timeline of this place. The initial wonder of it began to curdle into something much darker. The memories weren't all picnics and laughter. They couldn't be. Up ahead, the road curved sharply around a deep, rocky ravine. A rusty, mangled section of guardrail was the only sign of trouble. As I approached, a knot of ice formed in my stomach. I almost turned the radio off. I couldn't. The static gave way to the screech of tires on wet pavement. It was a horrifying, high-pitched squeal of rubber losing its grip. It was followed by a single, sharp, female scream, a sound of pure, final terror, cut off abruptly by a sickening crunch of metal on rock. And then, silence. A profound, heavy, listening silence that was worse than the scream itself. I felt physically cold. The dread wasn't just in my head anymore. It was a physical sensation, seeping into me from the old vinyl of the seats, through the steering wheel into my hands. This wasn't just a recording. The emotions were real. The pain, the fear, the joy, they were imprinted here. I had to get out, just for a minute. I pulled the car over onto the graveled shoulder, my hands shaking. I needed fresh air. I needed to escape the claustrophobic intimacy of these ghosts. I killed the engine, and the silence was a relief. I sat there for a long time, just breathing. My eyes scanned a simple, primitive dashboard. The glove compartment. I don't know why I opened it. Maybe I was just looking for a distraction. Inside, beneath a stack of old gas receipts and a tire pressure gauge, was a small, leather-bound journal. It was my grandfather's. His name was embossed in faded gold on the cover. With trembling fingers, I opened it. The pages were filled with his neat, looping handwriting. The first few entries were about the car, about his love for driving. Then, the entries started to be about this road. October 12th, 1971 started my rite of passage today. A state highway that cuts through the old forest. The map calls it Route 9, but it feels older than that. There's a strange quality to the air here. The radio keeps picking up old signals. Like echo. I must be coming back this way. October 15th, 1971. It's not echoes, it's the road. I've started calling it the Hollow. It holds on to things. Voices, moments. I passed the old Miller farm today and heard old man Miller yelling at his son, clear as day. Miller's been dead 20 years. This road it remembers. I flipped through the pages. The entries became more frequent, more obsessive. He was driving the road regularly, listening, cataloging the memories he found. He was as fascinated as I had been. But then, the tone of the final entries changed. The neat cursive became a frantic, almost illegible scroll. September 3rd, 1992, I was wrong. I was a fool. The road doesn't just play back, it records, it takes. I was out here last week, after a terrible fight with my wife. I was so angry, so full of rage. Today, I drove past the same spot, and I heard it. I heard myself. I heard my own words, my own anger, echoing back at me from the static. It took a piece of me. It recorded my pain, and now it plays it back. Any strong emotion, any peak of human experience, it gets imprinted. It feeds the hollow. The last entry was written on a page that was tear-stained and smudged. September 5th, 1992. It's our blood. It has to be. One found the old county records, the ones they keep in the church basement. This land wasn't empty. Before it was a forest. Before it was a road. It belonged to a tribe. Our ancestors, when they first settled this valley, they cleared them out. That was the phrase in the old letters. Cleared them out. It wasn't a treaty. It wasn't a sale. It was a slaughter, a genocide. We built our lives on their graves. And this road cuts right through the heart of their burial ground. It's not just playing back memories. It's playing back their suffering, an endless loop of their final agony. And it's a curse. For us, for our bloodline. The car, this damn car, it's an amplifier. It attunes us to their pain. This rite of passage, it isn't about connecting with us. It's about binding us to them, to their suffering. The road demands a witness from the bloodline of the usurpers. It demands we listen. I dropped the journal. My blood had turned to ice. The rite of passage, the connection to the past. It was all a lie. A beautiful, romantic story to cover up a horrifying, ugly truth. I looked up into the rearview mirror. The road behind me seemed to shimmer, the image of the forest wavering like a heat haze. The car, which had been running perfectly, suddenly sputtered, coughed. The engine died. The radio crackled to life. But it wasn't a memory this time. It was a low, expectant hum, a waiting sound. And in the mirror, I saw them. Far behind me, where the road met the horizon, figures began to appear. Dozens of them, then hundreds. They were on horseback. Dark, wrathful silhouettes against the grey sky. They began to ride towards me, moving with an unnatural speed. They were screaming, a sound that came not through the radio, but through the very air, a chorus of rage and pain in a language I didn't know but understood perfectly. I looked to the sides of the road, to the forest I had thought was empty. It wasn't empty anymore. Figures were stumbling out from between the trees. Women, children, old men. Their bodies were torn, mutilated. Their faces were masks of unending agony, and they were all looking at me. They weren't just ghosts. They were accusations. They were raising their spectral, broken hands, pointing at me, their mouths open in silent screams that I could feel in my soul. My own scream was a raw, terrified sound. I turned the key in the ignition, praying. The engine caught, roaring back to life. I stomped on the accelerator, and the old Falcon fishtailed on the gravel before finding purchase on the asphalt. I flew down that road, the army of spectral riders gaining on me in the rearview mirror, the suffering faces of the dead flashing past my windows. The road ahead seemed to stretch into infinity. The car rattled and shook, pushed to its absolute limit. The humming from the radio grew louder, more intense, a sound that felt like it was trying to shake my skull apart. I saw a sign up ahead, a modern, reflective green sign for the interstate, the end of the hollow. I shot past it, crossing some invisible line, and everything stopped. The riders in my mirror vanished. The figures in the woods were gone. The humming from the radio cut out, replaced by a profound, deafening silence. I kept driving for another mile before pulling over, my body shaking so violently I could barely control the car. I sat there, gasping for air, the silence a welcome blanket. Then the radio crackled one last time. There was a voice, an old man's voice, full of a weariness so deep it felt ancient. It was a voice I'd never heard, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was my grandfather. "Now you know," he whispered, his voice a ghost in the machine. "Now you carry it too. The road remembers. The road always remembers. And one day, son, for one of us, for one of our blood, it won't be enough to just listen. One day, it will claim its payment." The radio went silent, and I was alone. But I know I'm not. I can still feel it, a cold spot in my soul. The rite of passage is complete. I've connected with my ancestors, and I am now bound to their crime, a witness to their sin, just waiting for the day the road decides. It's my turn to become another one of its recordings. If you made it this far, then maybe you're strong enough to carry the truth too. Would you have taken the drive? Or would you have left the car and the curse behind? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And if this story chilled you like it did me, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who loves a good horror ride. The road remembers. But will you? I received my brother's wedding announcement in the mail. I've never seen his wife before, and apparently, neither has he. I almost missed it altogether, buried as it was under all the junk mail and pre-approved credit card offers. The announcement was printed on a 7 inches by 5 piece of white cardstock. The only David I knew was my brother, who is not only single, but perhaps the most single man I've ever known. I looked over to the photo of the happy couple, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that my jaw dropped. It was evening where he was, but not so late that he would have been asleep. He picked up after 6 rings. The right side featured a photo of a couple, while the left bore a simple message in a plain font. Just married, David and Emma, June 6th, Acadia. He was strolling down the beach, hand in hand with a young woman. Both of them caught me, I told him, squinting down at the woman's face. He gazed adoringly at the woman, at Emma I guess, who was covering the top half of her face with her free hand. He eventually said he had no idea who Emma was, nor who had sent me the card. One of my old neighbors had indeed received a card, and seemed a little disappointed when I revealed it was only a prank. My parents checked their mailbox upon my request, and only then did they find the announcement. Thank God I called before they could discover it on their own. I genuinely think my mum would have had a heart attack. So far, the night after I called David about the card, I woke up in the middle of the night to my phone ringing. I checked the caller ID and saw that it was David. I assumed he was calling me about the stupid prank, and part of me wanted to ignore him until the morning. Then again, he could have been having some kind of emergency. So I picked up the phone and grumbled "what" into the mic. There was silence for a few seconds, and then I was shocked to hear a woman's voice on the other end. I sent him a text asking who had just called, then called him 3 more times. No one picked up, and I was starting to panic. Yeah, I know, the most likely explanation was that he simply had a woman over, but something didn't feel right. I guess David's paranoia was rubbing off on me, because I was so weirded out that I actually phoned David's buddy Mike, who lived in his same apartment building, and made him do a wellness check for me. Those are the only 2 households that have received the cards, and I found it bizarre that David's friends knew either of those addresses, said the voice, quiet and slow and unmistakably feminine. I sat up in bed. Sure, some of his friends were pranksters, but how would any of them have gotten my address without David's knowledge? He said that he had yet found the culprit, and planned to continue his search in the morning. There had been a tragic incident at our high school in which an Emma in David's year fell headfirst behind some lockers, dying from positional asphyxia. I had dragged David along to a regard at an Emma's house in college, which had ended in both of us spending a night in jail for public intoxication. Apparently, my life was just one big stream of Emmas, and none of them seemed plausibly linked to the marriage announcements. He didn't have anyone over, and there were no signs that anyone had broken into his apartment or messed with his phone. The longer I stared at the woman in the photo, the more creeped out I got. Why was she covering her eyes? If someone had gone through the trouble of creating fake couple photos, why not give Emma a more natural pose? Frankly, I could only look at the marriage announcement for a few seconds at a time before I had to put it down. And yet, I hadn't imagined the call, at least not entirely. According to the phone logs, there had definitely been an outbound call from David's phone to mine. He had no memory of calling, and even if David had a history of sleep talking, the voice certainly did, and sound like a man impersonating a woman. Again, I was somewhat perturbed by his seriousness. Was I missing something? I spent the next few hours trying to figure out who his bride could have been. In doing so, I quickly started to feel like every other woman on earth was named Emma. There were so many significant women in mine, and David's lives who bore that name, that sorting through them all seemed pointless. He said he'd ask his friends about it, and requested that I see who else had received the wedding announcements. Up until that point, I'd still thought of the card as a harmless joke, but the severity of David's reaction put me on edge. Maybe there actually was some woman in his life that, for whatever reason, he didn't want people knowing about. I thought it was strange that she'd be obscuring her own eyes in a wedding announcement photo, but the card itself was so strange that I didn't dwell on her pose. The announcement was either a prank, or David had subverted my every expectation and eloped. I read that strangely unceremonious message twice as I stood in front of my mailbox, trying to recall how I knew the couple. If he had secretly gotten married and wanted to hide it from his family, then he wouldn't have mailed me an announcement. From the confusion in his voice, I figured he wasn't in on the joke. It sounded like one of his friends pulled one over on him. I explained the situation, then sent him a photo of the card. The man in the picture was in fact my younger brother. Once I got past the initial shock of the card, I went back inside, tossed the junk mail, and gave David a call. Well, muzzle fucking tove. Huh, who's the lucky gal? He paused, clearly trying to puzzle out my question. Then, what the hell are you talking about, man? Okay, so it was a prank. Instead of laughing it off like I expected, David got so quiet I thought the call had dropped. After the call, I texted my parents and a few of our family friends. Before I fell asleep, I texted David my update. There was, for example, our childhood friend and neighbor, who David harbored an unrequited crush on for years until her family moved away. Now, here's the part of all this that I'm still struggling to make sense of. Hello, David. Who is this? I double-checked the screen and confirmed it was in fact David's number. Another long pause. And then, yes, this is David's apartment. After that, the caller hung up. Disturbed, I called David back immediately, but no one picked up. When Mike got to the apartment, my brother was asleep inside, perfectly safe and sound. I'm at a complete loss. I tried giving the card a more thorough look this morning, trying to see if I'd glossed over some clue. Maybe that's why it took me so long to realize that the woman's mouth had been flipped upside down. I took a job washing security cameras on a remote island. There's no one left to call. 3 weeks ago, I accepted a contract job that sounded too good to be true. $4,000 a week to monitor a private research facility. Security feeds on a remote island. The gig came through a defense subcontractor I freelanced for. Short-term, solo placement. When we landed, the facility looked like something from a Cold War movie. Squat concrete buildings, wind-bent trees, and antennas pointed at the sky like dead fingers. Everything provided: food, shelter, satellite comms, and complete autonomy. No tourists, no locals, just me and the monitors. Most are empty, always have been. The only regular activity is the wind-shaking branches outside, or the slow rotation of fans in the ceiling. I figured it'd be peaceful. They flew me in by helicopter. No pilot chit-chat, just a 45-minute ride over grey water and endless clouds. The handoff was quick. A clipboard, a list of passwords, a man in a black coat I never saw again. They told me my only job was to watch the cameras. There are 78 feeds in total. Hallways, labs, exterior fences, server rooms. I asked once what happened to the staff. It had always been there. I'd seen that hallway loop for days, an empty, sterile corridor. The reply came through the satellite phone in a text-only message. The figure didn't react. It just stood there, perfectly still, arms at its sides, like it had been waiting for me to look. You are not authorized for that data. By day 3, I was talking to myself just to hear a voice. By day 5, I started sleeping next to the main console. I stopped checking the calendar on day 8. Then, last night, camera 12 went dark. I didn't think much of it. The wiring is old, and some of the cameras flicker in bad weather. But when I went to check the breaker box, it's one of the hallway feeds on sublevel 3. There was no sublevel 3 listed. The satellite phone just flashes nitrogen monoxide link. The backup generator is working fine. Everything else is powered. Just 2 floors on the diagram. Ground and Subreville 1. Still, camera 12 existed. Until it wasn't. At 2:46 a.m., camera 12 came back online. But the hallway was different. The lights were dimmer. The walls had stains on them. Smears of something dark, like rust or dried blood. And down at the end of the hallway was a figure. Not moving, not walking, just standing, facing the camera. I tried zooming in, but the feed began to blur. I called the emergency contact number. It rang. Dim lights, cracked tile, a figure at the end of it, and rang. Then the feed cut to static. Not just camera 12, but all 78 cameras. My console rebooted. When the system came back up, camera 12 was gone, like it had never been part of the grid. This morning, I tried to leave. The helipad is still there, but no radio signal is getting out. But I'm alone. Worse, the supply crates in the back room, the ones marked for month 2 and month 3, were already open, empty. I think they knew. I think this was the real job. Not to monitor anything, not to report anything, but to be here, to be alone. I've started hearing humming through the walls, faint, mechanical tones like a lullaby through static. They're not coming from the speakers or equipment. They're coming from beneath the floor. And sometimes, when I sleep, I dream of a hallway I've never been in, not moving, just waiting. If you rereading this, if the connection somehow pushed this through, Dan T. reply, I think I'm already part of whatever this place is. I think the next person they send will be watching me. Hello friends, welcome back. It's me. Do you want to hear some scary stories? Well, if so, then tonight is your night, because I am going to tell you 5 scary stories that you should never read alone in the dark. So turn off all of the lights, get under your blankets and listen very carefully to every word that I say, but don't blame me when you can't sleep tonight. The first story is called The Sin Eater. Long ago in England, there was a terrifying custom practiced by some families when one of them had committed a sin. That's because it has been known to drive people insane. This next story might sound familiar to you, because it has inspired several horror movies, but here is the original story. And if you want to hear more scary stories, then check out the playlist that I have linked in the description. I've been counting down the scariest ones that you should never read alone in the dark. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed, and if you haven't already, then what are you waiting for? Subscribe for more. In the 1970s, a group of teenagers were hanging out at a party. Suddenly, someone suggested that they go into the bathroom and turn off all of the lights. And while they were standing there in the pitch-black darkness, they began to call out to Mary. At first, nothing happened, but then they heard footsteps coming towards them. Then, out of the corner of their eye, they saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall and thin, and it seemed to be completely made out of darkness. They turned the light back on and the figure was gone. They tried calling out to Mary again, but there was no response. And then suddenly, one of the girls in the bathroom noticed that she was covered in blood from head to toe. She screamed, but there was no one there. She looked in the mirror and realized that she wasn't bleeding at all. The blood was painted onto her skin. Then she looked behind her and saw the dark figure standing in the bathroom. And that's when the bathroom filled with blood. And then everything went black. If you ever find yourself in a bathroom and you turn off all of the lights, then don't call out to Mary. Or else, many years ago, a girl named Maria heard a knock on her window. She opened it and saw a ghost standing outside asking for help. He said that he needed to borrow a rope because he wanted to hang himself. Terrified, she slammed the window shut and locked it. But then the ghost began to climb up her wall, and she watched in horror as he made his way closer and closer to her room. She screamed for help, but no one came to save her. Then finally, the ghost reached her room and she saw him take his own life through her window. If you hear a knock on your window late at night, then don't open it. It could be the ghost looking for a way to end his life. They would take the person who had sinned, tie them up, lay them down on a table, cover them with bread, dough, and then leave them there to die. The dough would eventually become hard like a stone, and they would bury the person alive inside of it. It was believed that this process would trap the soul of the person inside of their body and force them to stay on earth as a zombie. They would rise from their graves at night and devour the living. Now, if you think that sounds crazy, then just wait until you hear the next story. It's called Haunted Dolls. This story comes from a real-life account from a caretaker of an old woman. She said that she used to work for an old woman who had many antique dolls that looked very creepy. One day, the old woman went into town and told her caretaker to look after the house. When the caretaker was walking through the house, she noticed a doll sitting on a chair facing away from her. She didn't think anything of it, so she continued on about her business. However, when the old woman came home, she began to scream at the caretaker because she had moved a doll. You see, the old woman had a special connection to that doll because it was possessed by her dead son. Whenever the doll was moved or disturbed, the spirit inside of it would become angry. The caretaker quit immediately after that. This next story is called Murder at My School. A long time ago, there was a school that was built on top of an old Native American burial ground. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then the ghosts of the dead people began to rise up and haunt the school. One day, a teacher was writing on the blackboard, when suddenly it began to shake violently. Then, right before his eyes, the chalk began to move across the board by itself and spell out a message. The teacher was so scared that he ran out of the classroom. Then a few days later, he returned to the classroom with a gun to protect himself. And this time, the ghost wrote another message. It said, "Leave this school, or else." And sure enough, the next day, the teacher came back to the school and he was found dead in his classroom. No one knows what happened to him, but it's believed that the angry spirits of the Native Americans took their revenge on him. Next, we have the story called Suicide. If you are watching this video late at night, then you should probably skip this next story. And now for the final story, which is called Bloody Mary. So do you believe in ghosts? Let me know by leaving a comment below. I think my wife changed the lock while I was at work. The key won't turn. I jiggle it again. The familiar brass cool against my fingers. Click, click, nothing, just resistance, where there should be the easy slide of the deadbolt. I've used this key 1,000 times, and right now groceries in one arm, briefcase tucked tight, half asleep after a long day at work. I am not amused. Emily, I call, giving the solid oak door a knock. Hey, the lock's being weird. Did you deadbolt it funny again? Silence from within. I peer through the narrow, leaded glass window beside the door. Emily is standing in the hall, frozen halfway between the living room and the kitchen. She isn't moving toward the door. She's staring at me. Her face is bone white, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixed on mine through the distorted glass. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Emily, what's wrong? I knock harder, a flicker of unease tightening in my chest. Emily, hey, are you okay? Let me in, please. It's me. It's Ben. I rattle the handle, panic rising now, all my focus on her. A choked sob escapes her, her hand flying to her mouth. Tears well and spill over, tracking paths through her. Still, she doesn't move toward the lock. Emily, please. I hammer on the wood now. Open the door. Talk to me. What happened? She flinches like she's been struck, stumbling back a step. No, she whispers, shaking her head. No, this isn't possible. My heart kicks hard. Emily, honey, what's going on? I press my face closer to the door, voice low, urgent. Open the door. Please let me help you. She backs further into the shadows, her hands trembling at her sides. No, she says again, firmer this time. You can't be here. Emily, I say softly. It's me. It's Ben. Just open the door, please. She snaps then, her voice sharp and panicked. You're not Ben. Ben is dead. Silence slams between us. Her voice, when it returns, is a thin, broken whisper, barely audible through the thick wood. You died, Ben. 6 months ago. Another sob tears through her. We mourned you. I mourned you. 6 months. The impossibility of it slams into me. I remember yesterday morning kissing her sleep-warm cheek, the smell of her shampoo, the mundane argument about whose turn it was to take out the recycling. I remember to death a commute, the tedious budget meeting. Emily, that's insane. I'm right here. Look at me. I saw you this morning. I'm real. You look like him. She weeps, her voice thick with revulsion now, cutting through the fear. You sound almost like him, but you're not, Ben. Her terror isn't hysterical. It's cold, absolute, and utterly devastating. Please, just go away. Whatever you are, leave us alone, please. And then she turns. Her footsteps echo down the hall, leaving me stranded, exiled, on the porch of my own home. My breath stutters. My fingers go numb. I drop the groceries without realizing. Plastic bags splitting, cans rolling across the stoop. I dig in my pocket for my phone, hands trembling, but it isn't there. Of course it isn't there. Where the hell is it? Help! I shout, turning to the street. Somebody, please, I need help. Windows glow warmly in the distance. Cars pass. No one answers. I sprint down the sidewalk, nearly tripping on the curb, and tear across the block toward Mike's house. My oldest friend, the only person who might make sense of this. The porch light is off. I pound on the door with both fists. Mike, open up. It's Ben. Emily's not okay. She's saying crazy things. Please, man? I don't know what's going on. The living room curtain twitches. A sliver of Mike's face appears, pale, strained, eyes wide and bloodshot. The porch light flicks on. The door cracks open, and there's Mike, standing barefoot in the doorway, blinking against the glare. I open my mouth to tell him all that happened, but the look on his face stops me cold. It isn't confusion. It isn't disbelief. It's pure, unadulterated horror. The same look Emily wore. He sees me. His lips press into a thin, bloodless line, and the door snaps shut. Mike, don't do this, I roar, slamming my fist against the wood. It's me. His voice shrill with panic comes from an upstairs window. Stay away. I'm calling them. I'm calling the police. Get off my property. The window slams shut. That's when I hear the sirens faint at first, then rising into a full, shrieking wail that floods the street. Red and blue lights strobe across the trees, the houses, my face. Two cruisers skid to a stop, blocking my car. The officers step out, hands hovering near their holsters, every movement cautious and controlled. Sir, step away from the door, hands where I can see them. The female officer shouts. Relief crashes again into panic. Officers, thank God. My wife, Emily, our house is right. Here she locked me out, changed the locks. She's having a breakdown. And Mike here, I gesture wildly at the house. He won't listen. Something's terribly wrong. Please help her. She's alone and terrified. The male officer, younger, keeps his laser focus on me. Sir, your name, calmly, Ben Carter. I live right here. Please, you have to help me get to my wife. She needs me. The female officer's eyes flick to Mike's house. The upstairs window is open a crack. Mike's face is visible. He nods frantically, pointing at me, his mouth moving silently. Him, that's him. Mr. Carter, the female officer says, her voice losing none of its edge. You need to calm down. You're causing a disturbance. You're trespassing and causing distress. Trespassing? He's my best friend. My wife needs help. Check your files. Call it in. I'm Ben Carter. My voice is raw, rising uncontrollably. The frustration, the fear, the sheer impossibility of it all boils over. I take an involuntary step toward her, hands gesturing. wildly. "Sir, step back." Both officers shout in unison. The male officer draws his taser, not aiming, but holding it ready. "Hands behind your back. Now, no, listen to me," I yell, the world narrowing to the flashing lights, their rigid faces, Mike's terrified eyes in the window. I don't resist, but my body is taut wire, vibrating with frantic energy, my words tumbling out in a desperate, incoherent stream. "She's my wife. The locks are new. 6 months is crazy. I was here yesterday. Mike, tell them it's me." "Place your hands behind your back, sir." The female officer moves fast, her grip firm on my wrist. The cold, hard click of the cuffs is a shocker sound of absolute, surreal finality that cuts through my panic. I don't fight, but my body trembles violently. "You're under arrest for trespassing and disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent." The words blur. I'm guided firmly, my protests dissolving into choked gasps into the back of the cruiser. Through the cage, I see Mike finally open his front door, talking rapidly to another officer, gesturing at me, his face still etched with pure fear. Neighbors watch from darkened windows. The station is a blur of harsh fluorescence and muffled sound, processing passers in a haze. Fingerprints pressed to the cold scanner, the sharp tang of metal in the holding cell where they leave me, just for now. Then the door clanks shut, and silence rushes in. Panic fades, leaving behind a hollow cold that settles deep in my bones, trembling just beneath the skin. "They called it trespassing. Disorderly conduct," said Emily. "Locked me out," said Mike, was terrified. The words circle in my head. Finally, the door opens. A detective enters. He pulls up a chair. "Mr. Cartner," he begins, voice calm, flat. "Benjamin Carter. That's the name you gave." He opens the folder. "Yes, that's me. Please, help me. I have no idea what's going on."